The story begins by introducing a country known as Lantius, one of the prosperous countries situated along the coastline. It was described as a land filled with bright traditions, vibrant culture, and flourishing cities. The foundation of this nation had been established by a royal family blessed with extraordinary magical abilities. For generations, this powerful bloodline had ruled over the mighty Lantius Empire, protecting and guiding its people through the use of their remarkable magic. The scene then shifts to a grand dining hall within the Imperial Palace. Two men are seated across from one another at an elegant dining table. One of them respectfully asks His Majesty whether he has received reports regarding the fire that recently occurred in the eastern region of the Empire. The Emperor replies that he has indeed heard about the incident and mentions that the Crown Prince had recently returned from that area. The other man explains that fortunately the fire had been relatively small in scale and had been extinguished before it could spread further. Hearing this, the Emperor expresses relief and states that it is good news. The official then remarks that every effort will be made to restore the damaged forest, although it would greatly help if His Majesty could personally visit the region and use his magic to bring rain. It is explained that he possesses immense magical power and uses it solely for the welfare of his people. Meanwhile, palace servants are busily carrying out their duties. After hearing the Emperor's meal request, a servant relays the information through a pipe communication system connected directly to the palace kitchen. On the other end, a maid receives the message and immediately shouts that roast chicken has been added to the Imperial menu. Since other kitchen stations are already occupied, everyone is instructed to hurry. The kitchen is overflowing with activity and chaos. One maid accidentally burns her hand while carrying a large pot of soup. Although she cries out in pain, her first concern is the expensive soup that nearly spills. Another maid quickly asks whether she is all right, and she reassures her that she is fine. Meanwhile, a newly hired maid loses her footing while carrying a stack of expensive plates. As the dishes begin falling toward the floor, a senior maid angrily scolds her and points out that the value of those plates exceeds an entire year's salary. The terrified newcomer can barely respond. Before the dishes can shatter, however, a hand suddenly catches them. The person who saves the plates is a maid named Paresa, who has only been working there for a week. After the exhausting workday finally comes to an end, the maids return to their shared quarters. Everyone complains about how demanding the work is within Huangsung Palace, remarking that the Imperial kitchen operates on an entirely different scale from ordinary workplaces. Some complain about aching backs, others mention swollen legs, and several express their eagerness for their next day off. One particularly cheerful maid jokes that she wishes she could be assigned to work directly within the Imperial Palace itself. The others laugh at the idea. Paresa, however, remains somewhat distant from the conversation. In her thoughts, she admits that she still cannot become accustomed to the atmosphere around her. Soon, the discussion shifts toward Paresa herself. One of the maids thanks her sincerely for saving the plates earlier, explaining that she would have lost several months' wages if they had broken. Others express amazement at her quick reflexes and begin asking where she previously worked. One jokingly wonders whether she used to be a circus performer. Feeling awkward under so much attention, Paresa explains that she has always been physically active. When pressed further, she reveals that she previously worked in a very large place. This only increases everyone's curiosity. The maids begin bombarding her with questions about where she came from, why her accent sounds unusual, and why she would leave such a well-paying position. Realizing she may have said too much, Paresa struggles to answer. Before she can continue, the dormitory door suddenly opens. A maid named Sarah rushes inside while crying uncontrollably. The room immediately falls silent as everyone gathers around her. Several maids attempt to comfort her and ask what happened. Between sobs, Sarah explains that she had been cleaning inside the Empress's palace and had been severely scolded by the head maid simply for shaking a carpet too forcefully. According to Sarah, she was warned that if Her Majesty discovered such a mistake, she could lose her head. The maids are horrified. One maid declares that perhaps the rumors surrounding the Empress are actually true. Curious, Paresa asks what rumors they are talking about. The room instantly erupts with gossip. One maid claims that the Empress is incredibly demanding. Another insists that servants were once forced to search for desserts from dawn because Her Majesty suddenly wanted something specific. Someone else claims a gardener was dismissed because the Empress disliked the scent of flowers. The rumors become increasingly outrageous. A maid claims that an Imperial librarian lost all of his fingers after the Empress cut herself on a book. Another says servants assigned to the Emperor's personal quarters mysteriously disappear after only a few months. Someone else insists that gardeners had their noses cut off for planting unpleasant flowers. The stories continue becoming more ridiculous with every retelling. Some maids claim that the Empress collects body parts from servants. Others insist that she steals beautiful hair from maids to create wigs. One even claims that piles of severed heads are stored somewhere within the palace. Most of the maids become increasingly frightened. Paresa, however, finds the stories so absurd that she can barely listen to them. Deciding she has heard enough, she announces that she is going to bed early. The others are surprised by her lack of fear and continue discussing the terrifying rumors long after she lies down. As she settles into bed, Paresa privately thinks that while the rumors are certainly exaggerated, she hopes the Empress is not truly as terrifying as everyone claims. The following morning, the palace butler arrives to assign new duties. One by one, the names are announced. Aili is assigned to serve within the Emperor's palace, causing her to feel relieved and excited. Then the butler announces that Sarah will be assigned to the Empress's palace. Sarah immediately turns pale with terror. Whispers spread throughout the room as everyone imagines the worst. After restoring order, the butler announces that a new exclusive maid of honor will also be selected to personally serve Her Majesty the Empress. The room becomes completely silent. Everyone wonders why the position is being filled from among ordinary maids. The butler finally announces the chosen name, Paresa Menzel. Every maid immediately turns to stare at her. Paresa herself is completely stunned. The room once again fills with whispers. Some pity her, while others wonder what fate awaits her. Meanwhile, Sarah suffers a complete breakdown. Crying uncontrollably, she begins packing her belongings and declares that she refuses to work under such a terrifying Empress. Ignoring everyone's attempts to stop her, she storms out while shouting that she quits. The remaining maids watch in shock. Eventually, their attention shifts back toward Paresa. Surprisingly, she appears completely calm and soon falls asleep. The others become increasingly unsettled by how peacefully she is resting, despite being assigned to the very palace everyone fears. A flashback then reveals what happened before the announcement. The butler had previously approached Paresa in private and attempted to convince her to accept the position. Paresa repeatedly refused. She explained that she was perfectly satisfied with her current duties and preferred being an ordinary maid who quietly completed her work without attracting attention. The butler tried every possible argument. He pointed out that serving beside the Empress would greatly improve her family's social standing. Paresa casually revealed that she had run away from home. He mentioned noble status and prestige. Paresa replied that she disliked wearing dresses. Each argument was immediately dismissed. The increasingly frustrated butler finally mentions the salary. At that moment, Paresa's entire expression changes. The butler realizes he has finally found her weakness. He writes the amount on a piece of paper and shows it to her. Paresa's eyes widen in disbelief. The butler then writes an even larger figure, explaining that the salary would increase further if she started immediately. Paresa is completely stunned. In her mind, she calculates that the amount represents years' worth of income. Back in the present, as she lies in bed, she remembers that enormous salary and reassures herself that she only needs to endure 3 months. Although she suspects there must be a reason why the position pays so well, she ultimately decides that the money is worth the risk. The next day, the butler escorts Paresa toward the Empress's residence. Along the way, servants whisper among themselves. Many mention that previous exclusive maids rarely lasted long and that replacements are constantly required. Others express pity for Paresa, believing she is walking toward disaster. Even Paresa begins questioning whether she truly made the right decision. As they arrive, the butler announces the arrival of the new exclusive maid. Inside, the Empress is calmly drinking tea. Paresa respectfully introduces herself and bows. The Empress repeats the words "exclusive maid" with a quiet laugh. Nearby attendants visibly tense up at her reaction. Then the Empress instructs Paresa to raise her head. The moment their eyes meet, everything seems to stop. Paresa feels as though the world around her suddenly fades away. The Empress gazes at her and asks a simple question. Would she be willing to do anything for her? For reasons she cannot understand, it feels as though she has been waiting for this moment her entire life. Unable to take her eyes off the Empress, Paresa drops to one knee and answers that she would gladly do anything Her Majesty asked of her. Inwardly, Paresa realizes that she had nearly gone so far as to say she would even sacrifice her life for her. And thus begins Paresa Menzel's unexpected service as the personal maid of the mysterious and feared Empress of the Lantius Empire. Her Majesty looks directly at Paresa Menzel and asks her once again whether she is truly capable of doing anything for her. She asks if Paresa is genuinely willing to do whatever she requests. Without even taking a moment to think, Paresa immediately drops to one knee again. "Yes, I will do anything, Your Majesty." The moment those words leave her mouth, an awkward silence fills the room. The two maids standing nearby look at one another while the butler simply stares at her. Nobody understands why she keeps kneeling every time the Empress speaks to her. Only then does Paresa realize what she has just done. Inside her mind, she thinks that she may have gone a little too far. The Empress asks whether the other maids taught her some strange habit. She points out that every single time Paresa sees her, she immediately gets down on her knees. The butler quickly intervenes and tells Paresa Menzel to stand up. He explains that she does not need to go to such extremes. Paresa apologizes and rises to her feet. However, she immediately becomes confused by her own actions. Inside her mind, she wonders whether she really did that voluntarily. It almost feels as though her body is possessed by something whenever she is around the Empress. Then, without warning, Her Majesty points toward the palace window. "Really? Then jump out of here." Paresa freezes. For a moment, she is completely confused. The Empress reminds her that she just claimed she would do anything. "If you can do anything for me, then jump." Paresa looks toward Her Majesty. Meanwhile, inside her mind, she thinks that a vow is a serious matter. Seeing her hesitation, the Empress mocks her and asks whether she cannot do it after all. Paresa continues looking at Her Majesty. Then she realizes something important. The Empress is completely serious. Slowly, Paresa turns her head toward the window. She looks outside and immediately notices the considerable height. Inside her mind, she thinks that anyone who jumps from there would be seriously injured. The Empress continues speaking and remarks that Paresa claimed she would do anything, yet perhaps those were merely empty words. She further adds that if Paresa comes to work for her with such an attitude, she will eventually cry and run away. The room becomes completely silent. Nobody says anything. Then Paresa slowly begins walking toward the window. The sound of her shoes echoes throughout the hall. The maids watch her. The butler watches her. Even the Empress watches her carefully. Paresa continues walking until she reaches the window. She places one hand on the frame. For a brief moment, everyone expects her to stop. Instead, she jumps. The room instantly erupts into chaos. The butler and the Empress are both shocked to see her actually jump. The butler cannot believe what he just witnessed and exclaims that she really did it. Meanwhile, the Empress rises from her chair in frustration. She demands to know how someone could actually do such a thing. According to her, all Paresa had to do was get down on her knees and beg for her life. She angrily explains that an exclusive maid must be capable of reading the situation. Then she declares that she does not even want to see Paresa anymore. The butler quickly orders one of the maids to check on her and take her to the infirmary. The maid immediately obeys and approaches the window. However, only moments later, she suddenly lets out a loud shout. Both the butler and the Empress immediately ask what happened. The maid points outside the window. Everyone looks down. Then they freeze. Paresa is climbing back up. She casually climbs along the outside of the building and makes her way back toward the same window she jumped from only moments earlier. The room falls silent once again. A short while later, Paresa reaches the window and climbs back inside. Every person in the room simply stares at her. The Empress assumes that she must have landed in a tree and comments that she is incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, Paresa thinks something entirely different. Inside her mind, she remarks that the height is actually not very difficult for her to handle. Landing safely without injury is not particularly complicated. However, she realizes that explaining that would attract unnecessary attention, so she remains silent. After climbing completely back into the room, she lets out a relieved sigh. Then, to everyone's disbelief, she immediately gets down on one knee again. She introduces herself once more. "I am Paresa Menzel." Another awkward silence follows. The maids are speechless. The butler is speechless. Everyone waits nervously for Her Majesty's reaction. Then, suddenly, the Empress bursts into laughter. To everyone's surprise, she appears genuinely amused. She declares that there is a complete weirdo standing before her. Then she informs Paresa that she will work for her from now on. At the same time, she remarks that they will see how long such a strange maid can survive. Meanwhile, Paresa begins wondering whether jumping from the window was actually the correct decision. The butler, however, is overwhelmed with happiness. After witnessing countless candidates fail, he finally sees someone survive her first meeting with the Empress. Tears begin forming in his eyes from pure relief. The next scene begins with another maid guiding Paresa through her new workplace. The maid explains that everything has been prepared for her arrival. As Paresa follows her, she thinks that this is her first time serving someone in such an important position. At the same time, she remembers Her Majesty criticizing her clothing earlier. The Empress had ordered her to get rid of those cheap clothes and explained that an exclusive maid should not dress in such low-key attire. Meanwhile, Paresa silently thinks that she purchased all of those clothes with her own money. A short while later, the butler approaches her once again. Filled with gratitude, he thanks her for her hard work and explains that he should have thanked her much earlier. He admits that she is the very first person to survive her first meeting with the Empress so successfully. The butler then expresses his hopes for future cooperation. Paresa politely agrees. However, inside her mind, she cannot stop thinking about the fact that the Empress ordered her to jump out of a window during their first meeting. Soon afterward, a door opens. Paresa begins walking toward the room while wondering what impossible task Her Majesty will ask of her next. As she enters, the Empress immediately explains that she will be going out the following day. Since Paresa is now her exclusive maid, she should be able to help her. For this reason, the Empress orders her to choose an outfit suitable for the occasion. Paresa immediately feels relieved. Inside her mind, she thinks that choosing a dress should be an easy task compared to everything else that has happened. Unfortunately, she is completely wrong. Standing in front of countless dresses, Paresa begins examining them one by one. However, no matter which dress she chooses, the Empress rejects it. Again, and again, and again. Every time Paresa presents a dress, Her Majesty becomes irritated. The Empress eventually asks what use her eyes are if she possesses so little common sense. Paresa becomes increasingly confused. Inside her mind, she thinks that all of the dresses look similar and cannot understand what Her Majesty wants from her. Seeing her struggle, a maid standing nearby secretly attempts to help. In a quiet voice, she repeatedly whispers that the dress code is blue. Paresa immediately believes she has discovered the answer. She glances toward the Empress and notices her sitting there with an angry expression. Inside her mind, she decides that blue must be the correct choice. She selects a blue dress. The Empress rejects it. She selects another blue dress. The Empress rejects that one as well. The cycle continues repeatedly. Eventually, the Empress complains that the Chamberlain will grow old at this rate. She cannot believe that someone who calls herself an exclusive maid cannot even choose a dress properly. As she points toward the dresses, she asks whether Paresa honestly considers any of them suitable. Meanwhile, Paresa quietly thinks that the Empress is beautiful, regardless of what she wears. Inside her mind, she begs the situation to stop. Finally, Her Majesty loses all patience. She declares that she cannot tolerate this any longer and orders a maid to bring her a knife. The maid immediately begins trembling. She nervously asks whether Her Majesty truly means a knife. Paresa also becomes terrified. Meanwhile, the Empress simply orders the maid to bring anything sharp. The maid quickly leaves. As they wait, the Empress folds her arms and repeatedly taps her heel against the floor. The atmosphere becomes terrifying. Both Paresa and the maid begin trembling. Inside her mind, Paresa wonders whether choosing the wrong dress is really enough to create such a terrifying situation. Then she remembers all the frightening rumors she heard earlier. She remembers the story claiming that the Empress pulls out servants' hair to create wigs. She remembers the rumor claiming that piles of servants' heads are hidden somewhere inside the palace. As she recalls those stories, she nervously swallows. Then she remembers something even worse. She herself helped spread those rumors. Realizing how much trouble she may be in, she starts searching for possible escape routes. At that moment, the maid returns with a knife. The Empress immediately orders her to cut it. The maid becomes confused and asks whether she should remove some of the ruffles. The Empress shouts that she should tear the dresses apart because they are ugly. Unable to bring herself to damage the Empress's clothing, the maid hesitates. Growing impatient, the Empress snatches the knife from her hand. Then she raises the blade high into the air and personally begins slicing through the dresses. Pieces of expensive fabric fall onto the floor. Meanwhile, both Paresa and the maid stand frozen in fear. After venting her frustration, the Empress turns toward Paresa. She declares that she will give her one final chance. Lifting Paresa's chin, the Empress then grabs another outfit and holds it against herself while standing before a mirror. She orders Paresa to choose a matching pair of shoes. Paresa's eyes sparkle as she looks at Her Majesty. The Empress asks whether she can do it. At the same time, she warns Paresa to choose correctly, unless she wants her eyes poked out. As the knife is pointed toward her face, Paresa suddenly realizes something. Instead of choosing shoes, she asks why Her Majesty does not choose them herself. The Empress is stunned. Paresa explains that if she makes a careless choice, she will only waste Her Majesty's valuable time. Furthermore, she believes that making a hasty decision could ruin the Empress's beauty. For this reason, she considers refusing to choose as an act of loyalty. The Empress immediately accuses her of disobeying orders. Paresa apologizes but insists that she cannot do it. Furious, the Empress declares that she is giving her one final chance. Then she orders another maid to bring the newest shoes that arrived the previous day. As the maid places the shoes on Her Majesty's feet, Paresa continues thinking that her duty is simply to stand by the Empress's side whenever she is needed. Meanwhile, the Empress angrily remarks that Paresa should not even bother coming the next day. She declares that Paresa does not understand her position at all. After trying on the shoes, the maid asks for Her Majesty's opinion. The Empress admits that these shoes are much better. However, at that exact moment, Paresa interrupts. She advises Her Majesty not to wear them. The Empress immediately turns toward her in anger. Paresa explains that the shoes shift the wearer's center of gravity to one side. For this reason, they increase the risk of falling. She recommends choosing a different pair. This time, the Empress is truly furious. She asks whether Paresa wants to be unalive immediately. Then she declares that if that is what Paresa wants, so be it. The Empress begins marching directly toward her. Her footsteps echo throughout the room. However, before she can reach Paresa, something unexpected happens. The shoes suddenly slip. The Empress loses her balance. A maid immediately cries out in alarm. For the first time, shock appears on Her Majesty's face. As she begins falling forward, Paresa instantly extends her arms. The Empress falls directly into them. Inside her mind, Paresa thinks that this is exactly the moment when she is needed. She successfully catches Her Majesty and prevents her from hitting the floor. Then she calmly points out that this is precisely why she warned her about the shoes. The Empress remains frozen in shock for a moment. Then embarrassment and anger immediately take over. She pushes Paresa away and furiously shouts for the butler, Chamberlain. Without hesitation, she orders him to get Paresa out of her sight immediately. The next scene shows the peaceful Imperial castle under the morning sunlight. Meanwhile, Paresa Menzel slowly opens the door to her room and drags herself inside, completely exhausted. Inside her mind, she thinks that the day was unbelievably difficult. The moment she enters, the other maids immediately gasp, "Paresa!" Everyone rushes toward her at once. She greets them normally, but the maids immediately begin asking questions. They want to know what happened and whether she is really all right. One maid reminds her that she supposedly jumped out of a window. Another maid grabs Paresa by the shoulders and explains that someone spread a rumor claiming she had been impaled by a tree and was currently fighting for her life. A different maid adds that she heard Paresa broke several bones and limbs. All of them explain that they were worried sick. Meanwhile, Paresa becomes speechless. Inside her mind, she wonders how such ridiculous rumors managed to spread throughout the palace so quickly. Trying to calm everyone down, she explains that she is perfectly fine. She points out that she is standing right in front of them. According to her, it is all just a rumor. The maids immediately feel relieved. However, one of them suddenly remembers something else. She nervously asks whether the stories about the Empress swinging a knife around are also just rumors. The room becomes quiet. Paresa pauses for a moment. Then she casually explains that particular story is completely true. The room instantly explodes into shock. Everyone shouts in disbelief. Paresa further explains that the Empress even threatened to gouge out her eyes if she failed again. Fortunately, nothing actually happened. The maids become even more horrified. Some of them begin wondering whether they should start looking for new jobs before they are assigned to the Empress's palace. Meanwhile, Paresa begins thinking about the previous day. She remembers the moment when the Empress pointed the knife directly toward her face and warned her to choose correctly. As that memory returns, she recalls the expression in the Empress's eyes. At first, she thought those eyes looked completely lifeless and terrifying. However, after thinking about it more carefully, she comes to a different conclusion. Inside her mind, she compares the Empress to a cat hissing and baring its claws. The comparison strangely makes sense to her. While she is lost in thought, the other maids call her name. They ask whether she is all right, since she appears distracted. One maid assumes that the shock must have affected her more than she realizes. Meanwhile, Paresa wonders if she is currently under some strange influence. After all, despite everything that happened, she does not actually dislike the Empress. Trying to reassure everyone, she tells them not to worry so much. She explains that she will probably be leaving soon anyway, Technically speaking, she believes she has already been fired. The maids immediately agree that leaving is probably the safest option. One of them points out that personal safety should always come first. Another remarks that if she continues serving the Empress, the terrifying rumors might eventually become reality. As the conversation continues, someone suddenly knocks on the door. Everyone becomes confused. One maid wonders who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. She walks toward the door and opens it. The moment she sees the visitor, her eyes widen. The entire room falls silent. Standing outside is the Chamberlain. The maids immediately straighten their posture. The Chamberlain calmly calls out Paresa Menzel's name. Then he informs her that she needs to pack her belongings immediately. Paresa becomes confused and asks for clarification. The Chamberlain explains that she is moving to the Empress's palace. The order comes directly from the Empress herself. Paresa freezes. The Chamberlain further explains that from now on, she will be serving Her Majesty even more closely than before. The room immediately becomes silent. Paresa cannot understand what is happening. Only a short while ago, the Empress ordered her to be thrown out. Now she is being moved directly into the Empress's residence. The following day arrives. Paresa is now staying in the guest quarters of the Empress's palace. As she walks through the palace halls, she can hear the other maids whispering among themselves. Some are surprised that she is the Empress's new exclusive maid. Others wonder how she survived after everything that happened yesterday. A few are convinced she should have been dismissed immediately. Meanwhile, Paresa quietly listens to all of it. Inside her mind, she admits that she wants answers too. She remembers yesterday's events. She remembers the Empress shouting for her to be taken away immediately. Then she remembers the Chamberlain informing her that she would now be serving even closer to Her Majesty. The entire situation feels contradictory. For this reason, she cannot understand what the Empress is thinking. At that moment, a familiar voice calls her name. Paresa Menzel. Paresa immediately turns around. The Empress is standing there. Paresa quickly greets her and politely asks whether Her Majesty slept well. The Empress simply stares at her for several moments. An awkward silence follows. Meanwhile, Paresa wonders what the Empress could possibly be thinking. From the Empress's perspective, however, Paresa appears remarkably calm, despite everything that happened yesterday. Eventually, the Empress decides to explain her first official duty. She informs Paresa that she will be responsible for managing the tea room. Every morning after breakfast, she will prepare and serve tea personally. Then she asks whether Paresa is capable of handling such a task. Paresa confidently accepts. The Empress does not mention yesterday's incident even once. She also does not appear angry. This surprises Paresa considerably. The Empress then orders her to make a cup of tea immediately. Paresa enthusiastically accepts the task. A short while later, she begins preparing the tea. Inside her mind, she is practically laughing. Compared to choosing dresses and matching shoes, preparing tea feels incredibly easy. As she carefully pours tea into the cup, she becomes more and more confident. She thinks that this is her chance to make up for yesterday's mistakes. As she continues pouring, she convinces herself that she has finally created the perfect tea for the Empress. Then she clenches her fist triumphantly. At that moment, the head maid standing nearby suddenly calls her name. The head maid carefully examines the tea. Paresa proudly explains that the color looks beautiful and suits the Empress perfectly. Unfortunately, the head maid immediately looks concerned. She warns Paresa that she may get into trouble for choosing tea so casually. Paresa becomes shocked. She cannot understand what could possibly be wrong. The head maid then explains that selecting tea for the Empress involves much more than appearance. One must consider which flowers bloom during the current season. One must consider Her Majesty's mood. One must consider which colors she has recently preferred. Every detail must be carefully analyzed. Paresa immediately realizes that even making tea is not simple in the Empress's palace. Inside her mind, she once again concludes that the Empress is unbelievably picky. At the same time, she remembers the image of that angry hissing cat. Trying to improve her choice, she decides to use tea leaves, known for calming the mind and body. After all, the Empress spent the previous day screaming at people and cutting apart expensive dresses. The head maid immediately places a finger over her lips and tells Paresa to stop talking before someone overhears her. Paresa quickly apologizes. After making several adjustments, she finally serves the tea. The cup is placed before the Empress. Everyone in the room watches nervously. The Empress lifts the cup and takes a sip. Paresa stands frozen. She waits anxiously for the verdict. After several moments, the Empress looks toward her. Then, surprisingly, a small smile appears on her face. She admits that she likes it. According to her, the tea feels soothing. The entire room becomes stunned. The maids are shocked. The chamberlain is shocked. Nobody expected such a positive reaction. The Empress then comments that while Paresa may not possess much talent when it comes to fashion, she appears surprisingly competent in other areas. After setting down the cup, the Empress rises from her chair and walks toward her. Then she places a hand on Paresa's shoulder. Addressing her directly, she explains that there will be much work for her in the future. She asks whether Paresa will continue serving her faithfully. Paresa is so surprised that she struggles to answer immediately. Eventually, she promises her loyalty. The Empress appears satisfied. She remarks that it is good to hear. Then she begins talking about the next task. The moment she says this, Paresa eagerly declares that Her Majesty only needs to ask. Meanwhile, both the Chamberlain and the maid standing nearby look completely stunned. The Chamberlain cannot understand what is happening anymore. Inside his mind, he wonders why the Empress is treating this maid so differently. Sometime later, Paresa walks through a grassy field near the palace grounds. The pleasant weather improves her mood considerably. As she walks, she begins reflecting on recent events. Inside her mind, she concludes that the rumors about the Empress must have been exaggerated. Perhaps she is simply very good at understanding difficult people. To her own surprise, she realizes that she has started liking the Empress's fiery personality. She even becomes convinced that Her Majesty must have finally recognized her unparalleled loyalty. Meanwhile, back inside the palace, the Chamberlain gathers the courage to ask the Empress a question. He respectfully points out that she does not seem like her usual self. For this reason, he wants to know what exactly she intends to do with Paresa. The Empress simply replies that she changed her mind. As she says this, she remembers yesterday's incident involving the shoes. She remembers how Paresa openly warned her despite knowing that such honesty could cost her life. The Empress points out that Paresa genuinely considered her safety before speaking. For this reason, she cannot simply throw the girl away. Meanwhile, Paresa arrives at another location after receiving new instructions from the Empress. A stable worker greets her. Paresa explains that she has come on the Empress's orders. According to her instructions, she is supposed to groom the horses for tomorrow's trip. The stable worker appears confused. He asks her to follow him. As Paresa walks deeper into the stables, she begins wondering what kind of horses the Empress rides. Then she finally sees them and instantly freezes. There are horses everywhere, an enormous number of them. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the Empress continues speaking with the Chamberlain. She explains that she has no intention of dismissing Paresa. Instead, she intends to make the girl leave on her own. At the exact same time, Paresa stares at the overwhelming number of horses before her. The stable worker explains that every single horse belongs to the Imperial family. Paresa immediately begins sweating. Then the stable worker asks which horse she intends to begin with. Paresa has absolutely no idea. At that moment, she remembers the Empress whispering something to her earlier. The Empress had asked for a special favor. She wanted every single horse groomed personally by Paresa. Not one horse was to be left behind. Returning to reality, Paresa looks at the countless horses running across the fields. Many of them are energetic and difficult to control. The stable worker casually mentions that the Empress has not visited the stables for several years. Paresa stands there smiling despite being overwhelmed by despair. At that moment, she finally realizes something. The Empress is definitely not the harmless little hissing cat she imagined. She is much more dangerous than that. The next scene shifts to the Imperial stables. Paresa Menzel is busy grooming horses from morning until afternoon. Water splashes everywhere as she washes them one by one, and before long her clothes are completely soaked. Strands of wet hair cling to her face while mud stains the hem of her uniform. At this point, she feels absolutely miserable. As she continues brushing another horse, she remembers a conversation she had earlier with the stable worker. The man had remarked that the Empress did not even seem particularly interested in horses these days. In fact, she rarely visited the stables personally anymore. Remembering those words only makes Paresa feel even worse. Inside her mind, she wonders what exactly motivates the Empress. If Her Majesty is not even interested in the horses, then why assign such a ridiculous task? The stable worker notices her hard work and compliments her. He remarks that she is surprisingly skilled when it comes to handling horses. Meanwhile, Paresa continues brushing the horse, while silently cursing the Empress in her head. The horse she is grooming appears extremely happy. Seeing its content expression, Paresa sighs and remarks that at least someone is enjoying the situation. The stable worker asks whether she has done this sort of work before. He points out that the horses seem to have taken a liking to her unusually quickly. Then he reminds her that they have already finished grooming 10 horses. According to him, they only need to endure a little longer. Paresa immediately looks toward the countless horses still remaining in the field. The sight nearly crushes her spirit. Inside her mind, she wonders why anyone would own so many horses if they are not even being ridden regularly. Once again, she quietly mutters insults toward the Empress. The stable worker glances at her strangely. Meanwhile, Paresa reminds herself that she cannot quit over something like this. After all, the salary of an exclusive maid is far too generous. For this reason, she forces herself to continue. When she asks which horse should be next, several horses immediately begin running around the field. As her gaze follows them, she suddenly notices a beautiful white horse standing nearby. The moment she sees it, her eyes sparkle. Compared to the others, this horse appears exceptionally elegant. Paresa slowly approaches it. She begins examining its physique and immediately notices how well proportioned its muscles are. Its coat shines beautifully beneath the sunlight. Its posture is graceful and dignified. According to her judgment, this horse could easily be considered the most beautiful horse belonging to the Empress. As she admires it, she unconsciously imagines the Empress riding such a magnificent animal. Inside her mind, the image appears incredibly elegant. However, she suddenly snaps back to reality. She places a hand against her forehead and becomes alarmed. Instead of being angry at the Empress, she finds herself imagining how beautiful the Empress would look riding a horse. At this point, she becomes convinced that she has somehow been bewitched. Before she can continue admiring the horse, the stable worker hurriedly approaches her. He immediately tells her to leave that particular horse alone. Paresa becomes confused. She asks whether that horse is not included among the Empress's horses. The stable worker suddenly panics. When he notices her reaching toward the horse, he loudly warns her not to touch it. According to him, that horse possesses an extremely nasty temper. If something annoys it even slightly, it immediately throws a tantrum. For this reason, people frequently get hurt around it. While he is explaining this, the horse begins snorting angrily. Its expression becomes visibly hostile. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, the Empress is calmly painting in front of a large canvas. She slowly moves her paintbrush across the surface. For a while, everything appears peaceful. Then she suddenly stops. Looking at the unfinished painting, she falls into thought. A moment later, she deliberately ruins the artwork by adding an unnecessary stroke. Then she complains that today feels unusually boring. Turning toward the Chamberlain, whom she insists on calling Bebe, despite his obvious dislike of the nickname, she asks whether she has any plans for the afternoon. Bebe informs her that her schedule is completely empty. The Empress immediately rises from her chair. Since she is free today, she begins wondering how she should spend her time. Then she suddenly remembers something. She remembers Paresa promising her complete loyalty earlier. The memory immediately causes a smile to appear on her face. Then the smile grows wider. Soon afterward, she begins laughing to herself. The maids nearby become shocked. Even Bebe appears confused. The Empress continues smiling as though she has remembered something amusing. Then she suddenly orders Bebe to prepare the carriage immediately. Meanwhile, back at the stable worker sighs with relief. He remarks that Paresa is a truly fascinating maid. Earlier, he asked how she managed to avoid getting injured around the troublesome horse. Paresa casually replied that the horse was not disabled or dangerous. According to her, it simply had a bad temper. At that moment, the horse in question is still visibly angry. Paresa remarks that it seems calmer now. The stable worker becomes speechless. Normally, that horse only settles down after causing much more trouble. However, around Paresa, it appears unusually cooperative. Paresa concludes that perhaps she simply needs to spend more time with it. For this reason, she decides to take it for a walk. The stable worker is stunned. Even experienced handlers struggle with this horse, yet Paresa casually volunteers to walk it herself. Inside his mind, he begins wondering whether the requirements for becoming an exclusive maid have changed recently. Then his thoughts are interrupted. Someone has arrived. When he looks up, he nearly stops breathing. The Empress herself is standing there with Bibe. The stable worker immediately becomes terrified. The Empress casually remarks that maintaining the stables must be difficult work. The man is so shocked that he struggles to respond. He quickly begins apologizing. Since there was a small incident earlier involving the horse, he assumes the Empress has come to investigate. Therefore, he swears with his life that everything will be corrected immediately. However, the Empress cuts him off. She explains that she does not care about that. Instead, she asks how Paresa is doing. The stable worker becomes confused. After realizing that the Empress is specifically asking about Paresa, he explains that she has been extremely helpful. The horses follow her surprisingly well. Thanks to her efforts, a large amount of work has been completed. He even points out that she is capable of handling the most troublesome horses. However, before he can continue, the Empress suddenly interrupts him. She declares that she will judge Paresa's abilities personally. A little later, the Empress rides around the fields in her carriage while observing from a distance. Beside her sits Baby. Using binoculars, she carefully watches Paresa. Then she asks Baby a strange question. She wonders whether Paresa is deliberately ignoring her. Baby looks confused. He admits that he cannot even see that far. Meanwhile, the Empress continues complaining. According to her, Paresa appears more interested in playing with horses than completing her assigned duties. She becomes especially irritated after noticing which horse Paresa selected. Out of all the horses available, Paresa chose the prettiest one. The Empress immediately begins drawing ridiculous conclusions. She convinces herself that Paresa is secretly trying to steal something precious from her. Ever since the picnic incident, she has been suspicious of Paresa's bold behavior. For this reason, she begins imagining all sorts of nonsense. Meanwhile, the horse that Paresa was handling notices the Empress nearby. The animal slowly approaches the carriage. The horse catches the scent of flowers and strawberries coming from the oils in the Empress's hair. Immediately, it becomes interested. The Empress continues speaking to Baby and orders him to keep a close eye on Paresa Menzel from now on. According to her, the maid is becoming far too bold. She intends to watch carefully and see what Paresa does next. However, while she is talking, she suddenly notices something. The horse has reached the carriage. Before she can react, it starts enthusiastically licking her. The Empress immediately panics. Terrified, she slams the carriage door against its face and tells it to go away. The horse lets out a pitiful cry. Bibe calmly explains that the animal was likely attracted to the fragrance in Her Majesty's hair. Unfortunately, this explanation only makes the Empress angrier. She immediately blames everything on Paresa. The rejected horse becomes frustrated. Out of irritation, it kicks the carriage. The carriage suddenly lurches forward. The Empress nearly falls over in shock. Meanwhile, the horse continues chasing after the moving carriage. The faster the carriage moves, the faster the horse follows. Back in the fields, Paresa is still walking alongside the beautiful white horse. She feels satisfied with the progress they have made. Inside her mind, she concludes that after a little more training, the Empress should be able to ride the horse safely. Suddenly, she hears a strange noise. Confused, she turns around. Then her eyes widen. A carriage is charging across the field at incredible speed. The closer it gets, the more chaotic the situation appears. Before Paresa can fully process what is happening, the carriage races directly past her. At that exact moment, the Empress leans out and angrily shouts her name. Paresa Menzel! Paresa stands frozen in confusion. As she stares toward the speeding carriage, the only thought running through her mind is a simple question. What on earth is happening now? The next scene becomes even more chaotic. Inside the runaway carriage, the Empress finally lifts the curtain and looks toward the coachman who is desperately trying to control the horses. She immediately demands to know why he cannot stop the carriage. The terrified man struggles to respond properly. The Empress becomes even more furious and threatens that if he cannot stop it immediately, he will lose his position. The poor coachman looks as though he is about to cry from fear. At that moment, another voice suddenly calls out to her. The Empress turns toward the sound. To her surprise, someone is riding alongside the speeding carriage. It is none other than Paresa Menzel. Riding a horse with perfect control, Paresa keeps pace with the carriage and tells the Empress not to worry. According to her, she will save Her Majesty. The Empress stares at her in complete confusion. Then Paresa extends her hand toward her. She tells the Empress to grab her hand tightly and jump. The Empress immediately becomes horrified. She asks whether Paresa has completely lost her mind. After all, they are moving at full speed. How could anyone possibly jump safely from a moving carriage? However, Paresa remains completely calm. She reassures the Empress and asks her to trust her. Inside the carriage, Bebe is equally shocked. The Chamberlain asks whether Her Majesty is seriously considering jumping. The Empress hesitates. Then she looks at Paresa once more. For some reason, Paresa appears completely confident. Without fully understanding why, the Empress slowly reaches out her hand. The moment their hands meet, Bibi panics. He desperately warns her that it is too dangerous. Unfortunately, it is already too late. the Empress leaps from the carriage. For a brief moment, everyone believes disaster is about to occur. However, Paresa immediately catches her and pulls her safely onto the horse. The entire maneuver happens so smoothly that it almost appears effortless. After helping the Empress settle onto the horse, Paresa asks whether Her Majesty is all right. The Empress is still stunned by what just happened. Looking at Paresa, she cannot understand why the maid appears so calm and cool despite such a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, the abandoned carriage continues moving with Bebe still trapped inside. A short time later, everyone safely returns to the palace. After dismounting, Paresa immediately asks whether this means she no longer has to work in the stables. The Empress confirms that this is indeed the case. Then she begins complaining about the condition of her clothes. After everything that happened, her elegant appearance has been completely ruined. For this reason, she declares that she intends to stay away from horses from now on. Bebe immediately agrees. Just then, the Empress notices someone standing outside the palace. Her expression immediately darkens. She marches toward the man and demands to know why he is there. Her behavior resembles an angry cat hissing at an unwanted visitor. Watching from nearby, Paresa cannot help thinking about that comparison again. A servant explains that His Highness the Crown Prince has come to visit. The Empress becomes visibly annoyed. She complains that he always appears without warning. Paresa becomes curious. She remembers hearing countless stories about the Crown Prince back at the maid's residence. The maids used to become excited whenever his name was mentioned. For this reason, she begins wondering what kind of person he really is. As the Empress angrily climbs the palace stairs, Paresa follows behind. Suddenly, someone appears at the top of the staircase. The moment Paresa sees him, she freezes. Everything about him seems dazzling. His appearance is so radiant that it almost feels as though light itself is shining around him. Paresa wonders whether she is imagining things. Her eyes widen in disbelief. The handsome man smiles warmly and greets the Empress. He asks how she has been. Paresa continues staring in complete shock. She wonders how a person's face can possibly be that handsome. Nearby, one maid instantly drops to her knees. Other servants excitedly announce the arrival of His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince apologizes for arriving without notice. The Empress coldly replies that if he were truly sorry, he would not have come at all. The Crown Prince simply laughs. He asks whether he is not allowed to visit anymore. The next scene shifts to a quiet room inside the palace. The Crown Prince sits comfortably while holding several documents. Even while doing something as ordinary as reading papers, he appears extraordinarily charming. Paresa watches from nearby. Inside her mind, she cannot help comparing him to the Empress. The Empress resembles a blazing fire. The Crown Prince resembles dazzling sunlight. Both possess overwhelming presence, although in completely different ways. She also remembers that the Empress left earlier to change out of her disheveled clothing. Thinking back, Paresa recalls how unhappy the Empress seemed to see him. For this reason, she begins wondering whether the relationship between them is strained. She remembers the stories she has heard. The Crown Prince is not the biological son of the current Empress. He is the son of the previous Empress, who passed away 16 years earlier. Meanwhile, the current Empress gave birth to the young Imperial twins. As a result, complicated succession issues naturally exist within the Imperial family. Even so, the Crown Prince always treats the Empress politely. Furthermore, he already possesses the Imperial letter traditionally granted to the heir. For this reason, his position appears secure. While Paresa is lost in thought, the Crown Prince suddenly calls out to her. Startled, she quickly responds. He casually hands her an empty teacup and asks for more tea. Embarrassed, Paresa apologizes and admits that she became distracted. Then she quickly prepares to refill his cup. Inside her mind, however, she panics. She wonders how long the Crown Prince has been watching her daydream. As she pours the tea, she continues wondering why the Empress has not returned yet. Suddenly, the Crown Prince speaks again. He asks whether serving his mother is worthwhile. Paresa becomes confused. Then she realizes he is referring to the Empress. The Crown Prince comments that the Empress is a very demanding person. Therefore, anyone capable of surviving as her exclusive maid cannot possibly be ordinary. Paresa humbly replies that she is simply performing her duties as a maid. Then she politely asks whether he enjoyed the tea. The Crown Prince remarks that it is decent. A brief silence follows. Then his gaze shifts toward her hands. As Paresa pours tea, he carefully studies them. Inside his mind, he notices something unusual. Her hands are not delicate, like those of a noblewoman. At the same time, they do not resemble the hands of someone who has spent years performing ordinary labor. Instead, they resemble the hands of someone who has held a sword for a very long time. This observation immediately captures his interest. He asks her name. She introduces herself as Paresa Menzel. The Crown Prince smiles. Then he quietly remarks that she is interesting. Leaning slightly closer, he comments that it is surprising for someone like her to become the Empress's exclusive maid. Paresa immediately becomes nervous. Inside her mind, she wonders whether he has discovered something about her past. Before she can think further, she asks why His Highness is saying such things. At that exact moment, the door opens. The Empress finally returns after changing clothes. The moment she enters the room, she notices the Crown Prince standing unusually close to Paresa. Paresa immediately greets her. However, the Empress's expression darkens instantly. Looking directly at the Crown Prince, she angrily demands to know exactly what he thinks he is doing with her exclusive maid. The next scene continues inside the Empress's palace. The Crown Prince remarks that she has kept him waiting for quite some time. However, the Empress immediately replies that if he disliked waiting, then he should have left earlier. Rather than responding to his complaint directly, she completely ignores it and sits down with an annoyed expression. Then she asks what could possibly be important enough to require his personal visit. The Crown Prince calmly explains that the Emperor recently made a suggestion. According to him, the Empress should accompany him to several upcoming balls. The Empress immediately asks what he means. The Crown Prince explains that she has not resumed her social activities for a very long time. For this reason, attending noble gatherings would be beneficial. He further points out that nothing will change if she continues isolating herself inside the palace. Standing nearby, Paresa Menzel quietly listens to their conversation. The Empress's expression becomes darker and darker with every word. Eventually, she becomes so angry that her hands begin trembling. Then she suddenly slams her hand onto the table. She demands to know what exactly he could possibly understand about her situation. The Crown Prince remains completely calm. He admits that he is not particularly enthusiastic about the arrangement either. However, he reminds her that one of her responsibilities is helping him find a suitable consort. According to him, the arrangement would benefit both of them. The Empress would regain visibility within noble society, while he would not be forced to dance with random noble ladies. Listening to him, Paresa cannot help thinking that this sounds far less like a request and far more like an order. The Crown Prince eventually stands up. He remarks that he should leave now. Then, before departing, he glances toward Paresa. A small smile appears on his face. He comments that the Empress's exclusive maid makes excellent tea. Then he adds that he suspects she is capable of much more than simply brewing tea. Paresa immediately shudders. Inside her mind, she wonders why he keeps focusing on her. The Crown Prince then announces that he will personally escort the Empress to the ball hosted by Marcus Alvir next week. The Empress becomes even more irritated after hearing that. Afterward, the Crown Prince finally leaves. The moment he disappears, the Empress rises from her seat. Her heels strike the floor sharply as she paces around the room. Then she loudly declares that the Crown Prince is a slick-tongued cockroach. Paresa immediately thinks that he is far too handsome to be compared to a cockroach. The Empress continues ranting. She demands to know whether he sees her as nothing more than an accessory. Meanwhile, Paresa begins understanding why the Empress dislikes him so much. The Empress openly declares that she despises balls. Then she asks how she is supposed to attend one while accompanying such an annoying person. Suddenly, an idea enters her mind. Her eyes immediately brighten. She turns toward Paresa and unexpectedly asks whether she has made her debut yet. Paresa becomes completely confused. She asks what exactly Her Majesty means. Without warning, the Empress grabs her shoulders. Then she proudly announces that she will take Paresa with her. Paresa is too stunned to respond. The story then briefly explains the culture of high society within the Lantius Empire. According to popular belief, noble society exists almost as a separate world. On the surface, it appears to be nothing more than luxurious entertainment and extravagant indulgence. However, behind the glamour lies an important political network. The most influential noble families establish alliances there. Social connections are formed. Political influence expands. Cultural trends spread throughout the empire. With enough luck, someone might even attract the attention of a prince or princess. In fact, it was during her own debut that the current Empress first caught the Emperor's eye. A brief image shows the Emperor noticing her during a grand ballroom gathering years ago. The scene then returns to the present. Paresa is currently being prepared for her own debut. Numerous maids surround her while adjusting dresses, arranging accessories, and applying cosmetics. Inside her mind, she compares the experience to preparing for battle. To her, dressing up for high society feels less like attending a celebration and more like putting on armor before entering a battlefield filled with wealth, power, ambition, schemes, and political maneuvering. Eventually, the maids finish their work. They proudly announce that everything is complete. The Empress turns around to inspect the result. The moment she sees Paresa, her expression immediately twists in horror. Paresa, meanwhile, stands confidently. She believes she is fully prepared for this new challenge. Showing off her heavily decorated appearance, she announces that she is mentally prepared. The Empress nearly explodes. She demands to know whether Paresa seriously considers that preparation. Immediately afterward, she orders the maids to remove all the makeup and strip off the dress at once. The frightened maids apologize and quickly drag Paresa away. Meanwhile, the Empress begins developing a headache. Inside her mind, she considers the entire situation a disaster. According to her, Paresa absolutely cannot be allowed to leave the room looking like that. While the maids wipe away the makeup, Paresa innocently asks whether the styling was too subtle. The Empress replies that the strange thing is that Paresa possesses a perfectly decent face and figure. However, somehow nothing seems to suit her. Then she wonders whether it is because all the clothing belongs to the Empress herself. Hearing this, Paresa feels personally offended. Inside her mind, she reflects that surviving in this world truly is not easy. Afterward, countless dresses are brought into the room. The maids continue trying different outfits. One dress after another is tested. However, no matter what they try, nothing feels quite right. Eventually, a maid approaches while holding another dress. She explains that it is the last dress available on that side of the wardrobe. The Empress begins thinking deeply. The maid admits that nothing appears to fit properly. Finally, Paresa gathers enough courage to ask a question. She wonders why she is the one dressing up, instead of the Empress. The Empress reminds her that she already explained everything. She is helping Paresa make her debut. According to the Empress, debuting in the capital's high society is considered a dream opportunity. For this reason, Paresa should be grateful. As the maids continue adjusting her dress, Paresa asks whether high society in the capital is truly that special. The Empress immediately replies that such a question should not even need asking. She explains that the capital differs greatly from the provinces due to the presence of the Imperial family and the highest-ranking nobles. Whether through eloquence, dancing, artistic talents, or social skills, gaining the attention of influential individuals can dramatically change a person's future. Finding a patron becomes much easier. There is also the possibility of meeting foreign dignitaries. The moment foreign dignitaries are mentioned, Paresa visibly flinches. The Empress notices this. Smiling slightly, she remarks that if Paresa performs exceptionally well during her debut, her name might even become known internationally. Suddenly, the doors burst open. The loud noise startles everyone. A furious figure storms into the room while holding a knife. The person loudly announces that they have been searching everywhere for Paresa. As they approach, they accuse her of hiding. Paresa immediately becomes terrified. She desperately asks them to wait and allow her to explain. However, the person refuses to listen. Instead, they call her a traitor. Then, they raise the knife. The blade flashes through the air. Seeing this, Paresa panics. She begins shouting for the guards. Unfortunately, nobody responds immediately. The attacker continues advancing. At this moment, Paresa suddenly turns toward the Empress. In complete panic, she asks when exactly the ball is being held. The Empress looks irritated and reminds her that she already explained it. The ball is next week. Hearing that answer, Paresa becomes even more desperate. Inside her mind, she concludes that she absolutely cannot allow the situation to continue. Meanwhile, the knife-wielding person continues moving closer and closer toward her. The next scene shifts toward the maids preparing Paresa Menzel for her upcoming debut ball. The Empress carefully examines the various outfits that have been brought before finally selecting a beautiful blue dress. While looking at Paresa, she remarks that she originally purchased the dress for a book club gathering, but ended up leaving it unused. In her opinion, this particular style suits Paresa surprisingly well, and she comments that light makeup also complements her appearance. As soon as Paresa sees herself in the mirror, she cannot help but admire the result. For a brief moment, she thinks that she actually looks rather good. However, she immediately catches herself and remembers that this is not the appropriate time to be impressed by her own appearance. Overwhelmed by the Empress's unexpected generosity, she begins to express her gratitude. Before she can finish speaking, the maids panic and quickly warn her to be careful with her words. The Empress can only stare in confusion at Paresa's sudden reaction. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, the Crown Prince is also preparing for the upcoming ball. His servant finishes helping him dress and asks for his opinion. After examining himself in the mirror, the Crown Prince admits that everything fits perfectly. Internally, however, he amusingly concludes that the real problem is simply that he is too handsome. The servant becomes concerned and asks whether something is wrong, but the Crown Prince assures him that the preparations are flawless and dismisses him with praise. Not long afterward, another visitor enters the room carrying information gathered from a recent investigation. The Crown Prince listens carefully as the report begins. According to the findings, Paresa Menzel is 24 years old and possesses exceptional physical condition. It is reported that she practices swordsmanship as a hobby, rarely becomes tired, and demonstrates remarkable competence in nearly every task she performs. At first, nothing appears unusual. However, the investigator soon reveals a troubling detail. While basic information was easy to obtain, tracking Paresa's activities during the previous 10 years proved nearly impossible. There are virtually no records of her movements anywhere within the Empire. The Crown Prince immediately becomes interested. The investigator continues by explaining that even within the Menzel family records, very little information can be found. Ever since the previous family head passed away, the family has remained largely inactive. As a result, there is almost no trace of Paresa's existence. This revelation causes the Crown Prince to become suspicious. He wonders whether it is possible that her noble identity itself might be fabricated. At the very least, her background appears unusually mysterious. Curious about how someone with such an obscure history managed to become the Empress's exclusive attendant, he decides to postpone further action for the time being. He concludes that he will personally observe Paresa before determining whether a deeper investigation is necessary. Back at the Empress's palace, preparations continue. The Empress questions Paresa regarding her dancing abilities. When Paresa admits that she has never danced before, the Empress immediately declares that such a thing is unacceptable. According to her, it would be embarrassing if her own personal attendant attended a ball without knowing even the basics of ballroom dancing. She further adds that the Crown Prince would undoubtedly laugh at such a sight. Paresa hesitantly asks whether the Empress still intends to bring her to the debut, despite this problem. Internally, however, the Empress realizes that dancing was merely the first excuse she could think of. Soon afterward, a dance instructor arrives. To everyone's surprise, Paresa masters the lessons almost immediately. The instructor is amazed by how quickly she memorizes every movement and repeatedly praises her natural talent. The Empress watches the entire situation unfold with growing disbelief, while Paresa desperately attempts to explain that everything is a misunderstanding. Unfortunately for her, the instructor becomes even more impressed. Every step, every turn, and every spin is performed flawlessly. As the lesson continues, the instructor repeatedly praises Paresa's ability. When instructed to move onto her toes and spin, she executes the motions perfectly. Deep down, Paresa understands exactly why she is succeeding. She has spent her entire life using her body for physically demanding activities, making these movements feel relatively easy. By the end of the lesson, the instructor proudly announces that she will make the Empress proud at the ball. Everyone applauds. Paresa, however, feels as though she is being dragged further and further into a situation she never wanted. Later that evening, the Empress announces that the ball will take place the next day and instructs everyone to rest early. She then orders Marie Duncan to assist Paresa. As Marie escorts her toward her room, Paresa quietly wonders whether she should simply quit before things become even more complicated. Along the way, Marie introduces herself properly. She explains that she has not had an opportunity to spend time with Paresa since the latter became busy immediately after her assignment. She politely asks whether she may address her by name. Paresa agrees without hesitation. The two quickly begin chatting like friends. Marie admits that she originally expected Paresa to break the record for the shortest-serving exclusive attendant in history. To her surprise, however, the Empress appears genuinely fond of her. Paresa can only remember the disastrous picnic and all the near-death experiences that followed. Marie laughs and admits that she honestly expected the Empress to gouge out Paresa's eyes or banish her long ago. While speaking, Paresa suddenly realizes something. She asks Marie why so many people claim that former attendants were dismissed, banished, or disappeared entirely. Marie explains that most of those stories originated among ordinary citizens and servants. According to her, The majority of the rumors have gradually faded away over time. By the time their conversation ends, they have reached Paresa's room. Before leaving, Marie promises to return later and give her a facial massage. Paresa happily agrees and watches her leave. Afterward, Paresa reflects on how strange everything feels. For some reason, she keeps experiencing an unfamiliar sense of nostalgia that she cannot explain. That night, she dreams. The dream takes her back to her childhood. A young Paresa stands beside a crying girl named Rivera. Concerned for her friend, she asks whether Rivera is all right and tells her not to push herself too hard. Rivera stubbornly declares that she intends to become stronger than anyone else. Through tears, she promises that she will crush everyone, whoever laughed at her weakness. As she says this, Rivera reaches out and tightly grabs Paresa's hand. Looking directly at her friend, Rivera asks Paresa to come with her. She proposes that they become strong together and never leave each other's side. Without hesitation, Paresa agrees. She promises that wherever Rivera goes, she will follow. However, as the dream continues, Rivera's hand suddenly slips away. Paresa desperately reaches toward her while calling her name. Everything fades. A loud thud follows. Paresa wakes up on the floor after falling out of bed. Morning sunlight fills the room while birds chirp outside. Still lying on the floor, she can only stare upward and wonder what kind of dream that was. The following morning, preparations for the ball finally begin. Outside, the Empress asks Bebe, the Chamberlain, for his opinion. After observing Paresa's appearance, Bebe admits that she truly looks like a proper debutante. In fact, he can barely recognize her. The Empress proudly replies that Paresa does not merely look like one, she intends to make her an actual debutante. Nearby, Paresa stands in full formal attire and feels completely uncomfortable. She compares the experience to wearing a disguise. The Empress immediately questions this statement. Paresa explains that while the dress looked fine when she was standing still, moving around in it feels extremely strange. The Empress bluntly informs her that she simply needs to get used to it. When she notices Paresa holding her fan incorrectly, she scolds her once again and points out that she is gripping it as though it were a weapon. Already struggling with the dress itself, Paresa receives even more instructions. The Empress orders her to walk gracefully and lightly, like a feather floating through the air. Paresa can only agree repeatedly. At that moment, Bibi arrives with an announcement. The Crown Prince has arrived. Shortly afterward, Paresa comes face to face with him once again. Dressed for the ball, the Crown Prince appears more dazzling than ever. With his usual charm and elegance, he approaches the Empress, extends his hand, and announces that he has come to escort her to the ball. The story continues as the Crown Prince gracefully extends his hand toward the Empress, announcing that he has come to escort her to the ball. However, before the Empress can respond, Paresa Menzel finds herself standing directly in front of him. The unexpected situation catches her completely off guard. As she looks up at the Crown Prince, her face immediately begins to flush red. She quickly lowers her gaze, unable to maintain eye contact for more than a moment. Internally, she cannot help wondering why he has to be so unbelievably handsome every single time she sees him. She becomes annoyed with herself for constantly being distracted by his appearance, yet she finds herself unable to stop. The Crown Prince notices her unusual reaction almost immediately. Watching Paresa repeatedly avoid eye contact while blushing, he becomes visibly confused. He studies her carefully for a moment before commenting that he could barely recognize the Empress's personal attendant. Compared to the first time he saw her, her appearance has changed completely. The Empress immediately takes credit for the transformation. Naturally, she claims that nobody else could have achieved such results. The Crown Prince then smoothly turns his attention toward the Empress herself and remarks that she looks exceptionally beautiful today as well. Unfortunately, the compliment backfires almost instantly. The Empress immediately demands to know whether he is implying that she was not beautiful before. At that moment, Paresa silently watches the exchange and begins to understand why interacting with the Crown Prince always leaves her feeling uncomfortable. There is simply something about his manner of speaking that constantly irritates her. Not long afterward, the group departs for the ball. Inside the luxurious carriage, the Empress continues fussing over Paresa's appearance. She notices that Paresa's carefully arranged hair has already become slightly disheveled and immediately begins fixing it herself. While tucking loose strands behind her ears, the Empress reminds her that she was specifically instructed to move as lightly as a feather. Only after adjusting everything to her satisfaction does she finally declare that Paresa looks presentable again. Watching the Empress carefully fix her appearance, Paresa begins to suspect the real reason the Empress seemed so enthusiastic about attending the ball. That suspicion is confirmed moments later. The Empress proudly declares that Paresa is her masterpiece today. Paresa can only respond obediently, while internally concluding that her suspicions were completely correct. The Crown Prince observes the interaction and remarks that the Empress appears to get along surprisingly well with her personal attendant. The Empress immediately becomes awkward and dismisses the observation. According to her, Paresa is simply the type of person who constantly requires attention. Meanwhile, Paresa silently wonders how she somehow became the needy one in this relationship. After a brief pause, the Crown Prince casually changes the topic and mentions that he has never heard of the Menzel family before. The atmosphere changes immediately. Paresa becomes noticeably nervous, but quickly explains that she comes from the countryside. For this reason, she claims it is perfectly understandable that a member of the Imperial family would not be familiar with her family name. The Crown Prince outwardly accepts the explanation. Internally, however, he remains suspicious. He quietly wonders whether the countryside story is simply a convenient cover for her mysterious background. Before the conversation can continue, the Empress suddenly interrupts. She sharply warns the Crown Prince not to look down on Paresa simply because she comes from a smaller family. The Crown Prince points out that he never actually said anything insulting. The Empress completely ignores his protest. Instead, she turns toward Paresa and asks whether her family has fallen upon difficult times. After all, when Paresa first arrived at the palace, she did not even possess a proper dress suitable for noble society. Paresa quickly denies that her family is struggling. At the same time, she cannot help wondering whether the Empress has always been this protective toward her. Before long, the carriage arrives at its destination. The grand estate hosting the ball is illuminated by countless lights. Elegant carriages line the entrance, while nobles from across the empire gather for one of the most prestigious social events of the season. The Crown Prince exits first and extends his hand toward the carriage. With a charming smile, he announces that he looks forward to enjoying the evening alongside the Empress. To his surprise, the Empress immediately rejects the idea. The Crown Prince becomes confused. Then the Empress points directly toward Paresa Menzel and declares that he will be escorting her personal attendant instead. Paresa nearly falls out of the carriage from shock. She cannot believe what she has just heard. Earlier, when the Empress first proposed the idea, Paresa strongly protested. She argued that it would be absurd for the Crown Prince to escort a mere attendant. In her opinion, such a thing would surely be considered disrespectful toward the royal family. The Empress immediately dismisses all objections. She insists that any lady in the Empire would be delighted to hold the Crown Prince's hand even once. Since she is personally granting this privilege, Paresa should simply be grateful. The argument only ends when the Crown Prince himself intervenes. To everyone's surprise, he calmly states that he has no objections whatsoever. Internally, however, he has his own reasons. The Crown Prince concludes that escorting Paresa personally will make it much easier to observe her throughout the evening. After extending his hand toward her, he remarks that she does not seem like the type of woman who worries excessively about what other people think. Paresa immediately becomes flustered. Once again, she finds herself distracted by his face. As she reluctantly accepts his hand, she silently complains that it is ridiculous for him to speak as though he understands her, despite barely knowing her. Soon afterward, the grand ballroom doors open. An attendant loudly announces the arrival of the Empress and the Crown Prince. The entire hall immediately erupts into whispers. Guests from every corner of the room turn their attention toward the entrance. Many nobles are surprised by the Empress's attendance alone. Others are even more shocked to see the Crown Prince accompanying a young woman whom nobody recognizes. As Paresa enters the ballroom while holding the Crown Prince's arm, countless curious eyes focus entirely on her. The whispers spread rapidly. Many guests point out that the Crown Prince rarely attends social gatherings. The fact that he has arrived with a female partner immediately becomes the center of attention. Not long after entering, a group of noble ladies approaches them. They greet the Crown Prince warmly and inquire about his well-being. The Crown Prince politely exchanges greetings before directing their attention elsewhere. According to him, the person they should greet first is the Empress. The ladies quickly turn and offer respectful greetings to the Empress. One of them comments that she expected the Empress to remain quiet and leave early, as she usually does. Another noblewoman standing beside her smirks slightly while listening. Although the words appear polite on the surface, the hidden meaning is obvious. The Empress immediately becomes irritated. The conversation soon shifts toward Paresa. One of the ladies asks who she is, explaining that she has never seen her before. The Crown Prince introduces her as the Empress's personal attendant. and explains that she is making her debut tonight. For this reason, he has become her escort for the evening. Paresa politely introduces herself as Paresa Menzel. The noble women exchange glances. One quietly whispers something into another's ear. Almost immediately, their attitudes change. They begin commenting on how fortunate Paresa is to have the Crown Prince as her debut partner. Some jokingly suggest that perhaps they should have become attendants themselves. Others remark that they have never heard of the Menzel family. When Paresa once again explains that she comes from the countryside, the noble women pretend to understand. However, their following comments make their true opinions obvious. One remarks that she is unfamiliar with such remote places. Another asks whether they even have proper carriages there. A third comments that Paresa appears surprisingly refined for someone from the countryside, and praises her efforts in a manner that is clearly intended as an insult. Although Paresa remains outwardly calm, she is becoming increasingly irritated. At that moment, she finally begins to understand why the Empress dislikes attending balls so much. Suddenly, the Empress snaps her fan shut. The sharp sound immediately silences the conversation. Without hesitation, she declares that Paresa did indeed put in tremendous effort. For that very reason, she is also the most stunning woman present in the ballroom tonight. The noble women are visibly startled. The Empress continues by asking whether it truly matters whether someone comes from the capital or the countryside. The question leaves them uncomfortable. One of the ladies quickly claims that Paresa must be very special to the Empress and remarks that she knows the subject is sensitive for Her Majesty. Another hurriedly apologizes and insists that no offense was intended. Soon the entire group begins offering apologies. However, rather than feeling relieved, Paresa becomes furious. As she watches the noblewomen speak to the Empress with carefully disguised insults and false politeness, anger begins building inside her. Paresa looks genuinely offended on behalf of the Empress herself. For the first time that evening, the Crown Prince begins paying very close attention to Paresa Menzel. Before the story continues any further, the manhwa briefly explains the concept of abilities. These abilities are described as powers passed down as the blessing of the sea god among the three nations surrounding the Aegis Ocean. True to their name, abilities can only be wielded by those born with special gifts. For this reason, individuals possessing such powers are naturally held in high regard throughout society. As generations pass, abilities become more than just extraordinary talents. They establish themselves as symbols of national authority and prestige. The possession of an ability often determines one's influence, social standing, and importance within the empire. After this explanation, the story returns to the ballroom. The Crown Prince continues observing Paresa Menzel from a distance. While maintaining a calm expression, he thinks that it is subtle, but unmistakable. The aura surrounding Paresa resembles that of someone possessing an ability. Before he can dwell on the matter further, another noblewoman steps forward and agrees with the Empress. She remarks that Lady Paresa's neat and elegant attire stands out amidst the overwhelming splendor of the capital. She adds that she finds the simplicity refreshing and wonders whose idea the styling was. Upon learning that the Empress personally chose the outfit, she congratulates Paresa on her debut. The Empress immediately praises the woman's discernment and asks whether she is Countess Boucher. The Countess appears pleasantly surprised that the Empress remembers her. The Empress replies that she naturally remembers, as she was present at the Countess's own debut years ago. The noblewoman who had mocked Paresa earlier suddenly interrupts and politely claims that they have already taken too much of the royal family's time. She says that they should leave them to enjoy the ball. The Crown Prince agrees, pointing out that the music is about to begin and expressing his hope that everyone enjoys the evening. The ladies bow respectfully before departing. As they leave, Paresa notices that they practically ignore the Empress until the very end. This irritates her greatly. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince continues thinking about the strange aura he sensed earlier. He wonders whether Paresa unconsciously released it for a brief moment. Whatever it was, it has completely disappeared now. The moment the noblewomen are gone, Paresa can no longer contain herself. She immediately asks the Empress who those women were and declares that they deserve to be taught a lesson. The Empress casually dismisses the matter and tells her not to worry about them. Instead, she instructs her to get ready. Before Paresa can ask what she means, the Crown Prince steps forward and politely asks whether she is ready. Paresa looks completely confused. The Empress seems equally confused by her reaction and reminds her that the first dance of every ball is traditionally opened by members of the royal family. Since Paresa is the Crown Prince's partner for the evening, she is expected to participate. The realization finally hits Paresa. In her mind, she laments that after surviving an entire swarm of noble mosquitoes, she must now face the crown prince directly. However, when she glances toward the Empress, another thought occurs to her. Perhaps dancing well might improve the Empress's mood. Gathering her courage, she approaches the crown prince and informs him that there is something he should know beforehand. The crown prince listens curiously. Paresa then warns him that she might step on his feet and that it will hurt a lot. The crown prince is caught completely off guard and bursts out laughing. Paresa immediately insists that she is serious. She explains that she only learned how to dance last week. The crown prince continues smiling. Taking her hand, he assures her that he will do his best to avoid being stepped on. Then he adds that he has a warning for her as well. Before Paresa can ask what he means, he places one hand against her back and guides her onto the dance floor. The orchestra begins playing. Violins fill the grand ballroom, while elegant melodies echo through the hall. As they dance together, the crown prince looks directly into her eyes and comments that she does not seem frightened. Paresa instantly becomes flustered and averts her gaze. Despite her nervousness, the dance proceeds smoothly. The story then skips forward to their return to the palace. The moment Paresa enters the servants' quarters, the maids immediately begin teasing her. They dramatically greet her as Lady Paresa, the woman who made a glamorous debut in the capital, while accompanying the crown prince himself. Paresa nearly dies from embarrassment and begs them to stop. Marie Duncan only laughs and points out that it is an enormous honor. According to the rumors already spreading throughout high society, Paresa has apparently lived out the dream of countless noble ladies. Paresa is shocked that such stories are already circulating despite less than a day having passed. Marie simply explains that news travels frighteningly fast within the capital's high society. Paresa insists that she never wants to attend another ball again. The others continue laughing until Chamberlain enters the room carrying several envelopes. He announces that the Empress always grants her attendants a day off after a ball. In addition, everyone will receive special bonus pay. The room immediately erupts with excitement. Paresa wastes absolutely no time. She instantly bows and gratefully accepts her envelope. Chamberlain cannot help commenting on how much she loves money. As the excitement settles, Paresa begins wondering whether it is truly acceptable for her to take a break. Unlike the other maids, she is the Empress's personal attendant. The image of the Empress, causing chaos without supervision, immediately appears in her mind. Noticing her troubled expression, Marie grabs her shoulders and asks whether she has any plans. When Paresa admits that she does not, Marie enthusiastically proposes a shopping trip to the market district. She even offers to let Paresa stay overnight at her relative's house. After considering it, Paresa decides that if the Empress personally granted the holiday, then it should be acceptable. For the first time in a while, she allows herself to relax. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, the Crown Prince receives another report regarding Paresa Menzel. His investigator explains that the Menzel family is a noble family only in name. They possess no meaningful connection to the Imperial family and are considered an insignificant rural house. However, one detail remains extremely suspicious. When the Crown Prince asks what it is, the investigator reveals that no records exist concerning Paresa's activities before she entered service at the Imperial Palace. It is almost as though she never existed at all. The Crown Prince silently absorbs this information. The mystery surrounding Paresa Menzel only grows deeper. The story then shifts back to the Imperial Palace, where the Crown Prince is receiving the results of an extensive investigation. The investigator explains that these findings are the result of thorough inquiries conducted not only within the Empire, but internationally as well. As he speaks, he hands a stack of documents to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince calmly accepts the papers and begins reviewing them. The report details the events surrounding the death of the previous head of the Menzel family. According to the records, the former Viscount Menzel was never married and left behind no legitimate heir. For this reason, the title eventually passes to his younger sibling. The Crown Prince quietly studies the information before remarking that he finally understands what happened. However, the investigator soon adds that their separate inquiry regarding individuals possessing abilities did not produce the results they were hoping for. The Crown Prince does not appear particularly surprised. He explains that every individual possessing an ability is considered an invaluable asset to their nation. For this reason, he never expected gathering information to be easy in the first place. The investigator nods in agreement and further elaborates. Unlike Lantius, where powerful abilities are traditionally inherited by a single heir of the Imperial family, Many other nations possess numerous ability users scattered throughout their aristocracy and military forces. Because of this, information occasionally surfaces through diplomatic exchanges and international interactions. However, obtaining detailed information regarding the scale, nature, or exact capabilities of those abilities is nearly impossible. Such information is essentially treated as military secrets. The investigator points out that attempting to gather those details is practically no different from espionage. The conversation is suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. The Crown Prince immediately grants permission for the visitor to enter. A young attendant quickly steps inside and respectfully bows. He reports that there is an urgent matter regarding the whereabouts of the person currently under surveillance. Both the Crown Prince and the investigator immediately pay attention. The Crown Prince comments that the timing could not be more perfect. He promptly gives orders to continue following the target. The scene then shifts away from the palace and toward the bustling capital city. The busy streets are filled with merchants, nobles, commoners, and carriages moving through every direction. A carriage arrives before a luxurious district. When the carriage door opens, Paresa Menzel and Marie Duncan step outside. Marie stretches slightly before remarking that it feels as though ages have passed since she last visited the city. Paresa looks around at the crowded streets and admits that after spending so much time inside the Imperial Palace, the city now feels overwhelmingly crowded and complicated. Marie laughs and grabs Paresa by the hand before enthusiastically leading her deeper into the district. After walking for some time, Marie proudly announces that the area ahead is much quieter. She explains that attendants serving within the Imperial Palace are generally expected to spend their free time in locations such as these. However, Paresa suddenly stops walking. Her eyes nearly pop out of her head when she notices the price tag hanging from a necklace displayed inside one of the stores. She is completely horrified. The necklace costs 500 nir. Paresa immediately wonders whether anyone would actually spend that much money on a single accessory. Marie quickly reminds her that palace attendants must maintain a certain image. As the personal attendant of the Empress herself, Paresa must be especially careful. Any careless appearance could potentially damage the reputation of the Empress. Paresa reluctantly admits that Marie has a point. As they continue walking, Paresa begins calculating expenses inside her head. She realizes that if she truly intends to continue serving the Empress, she needs better dresses, proper accessories, and a more refined appearance. Unfortunately, her budget is far from limitless. Sensing her concerns, Marie confidently announces that she knows the perfect store. Without giving Paresa a chance to object, she drags her away. Soon they arrive before a boutique. Inside, a shopkeeper enthusiastically introduces one of the dresses on display. The shopkeeper explains that crystals were used instead of precious gemstones in order to make the design more affordable. Paresa carefully examines the dress. Almost immediately, she notices how lace and decorative crystals are being used to disguise the poor quality of the fabric beneath. The design itself also appears mass-produced and uninspired. She suddenly realizes that spending time inside the Empress's dressing room has raised her standards considerably. As she continues inspecting the merchandise, the shopkeeper unexpectedly recognizes her. The woman asks whether she is Lady Paresa Menzel. Paresa is caught completely off guard. She asks how a complete stranger knows her identity. The shopkeeper cheerfully replies that everyone knows who she is. After all, she was the Crown Prince's partner at the ball. Paresa nearly chokes. The phrase, "the Crown Prince's lady," sends her into complete panic. The shopkeeper casually explains that people all over the city are talking about her. She even offers a special discount in hopes of making a sale. Seeing Paresa's horrified expression, Marie quickly pulls her away before things become even more embarrassing. Once outside, Marie asks whether the dresses simply were not her style. Paresa ignores the question entirely. Instead, she wonders just how many eyes and ears the people of this empire possess. The speed at which rumors spread is terrifying. She begins imagining the gossip eventually reaching foreign nations. The thought alone nearly makes her collapse. Before she can recover, another woman suddenly calls her name. Paresa braces herself for yet another misunderstanding. However, this time the situation is completely different. The woman excitedly thanks her. Paresa is utterly confused. The woman explains that she has been receiving countless orders thanks to Paresa. Only then does Paresa recognize her. The woman is none other than Viscountess Venus, the designer responsible for the dress she wore at the ball. Paresa immediately expresses her gratitude and credits the successful debut to the beautiful gown. Venus gracefully dismisses the compliment and insists that the model, is the one who made the dress shine. Excited by the opportunity, Venus invites them to visit her boutique. Marie becomes ecstatic. She quickly informs Paresa that Viscountess Venus is currently one of the most popular designers in the capital. Not wanting to disappoint either of them, Paresa agrees. After arriving at Venus's boutique, Paresa begins trying on various outfits. The difference in quality is immediately obvious. One elegant white and blue dress in particular fits her perfectly. Marie cannot stop praising how beautiful she looks. Venus proudly declares that the dress suits her exceptionally well and jokingly refers to Paresa as her muse. While examining the garment, Paresa finally understands why the Empress favors Venus's designs. The materials are luxurious, the decorations are tasteful, and nothing appears excessive. When Paresa asks about the price, Venus calmly answers, 300 near. Both Paresa and Marie stare at her in disbelief. The dress is significantly cheaper than many of the lower quality garments they saw earlier. Venus explains that the price only covers materials and labor. She sees greater value in the publicity Paresa can provide. As Paresa's popularity within high society grows, her dresses will naturally gain attention as well. Eventually, even the arrogant nobles who currently dismiss her as a newcomer will have no choice but to acknowledge her talent. Paresa is horrified by one particular part of that explanation, the mention of becoming a celebrity. She immediately insists that she has absolutely no intention of attending additional balls. Venus merely laughs and tells her to wear the dresses whenever she goes out. Meanwhile, Marie enthusiastically encourages her to make the purchase. Eventually, after much hesitation, Paresa gives in. One dress becomes two. Two become three. Before she realizes what has happened, she purchases 3 outfits for spring and summer. The total cost reaches 1,000 near. Even so, she cannot deny that the deal is exceptional. While Venus offers Marie a 30% discount on her own purchases, Paresa quietly reflects on how dangerous shopping truly is. After finally leaving the boutique, Marie dramatically announces that she has already spent next month's salary. She declares that they need to leave immediately before their wallets suffer any further damage. Paresa points out that she already purchased several dresses and wonders whether buying jewelry is truly necessary. Marie insists that their next destination is much more affordable. However, as they approach another shop, Marie suddenly freezes. The store's lights are completely off. Confused, Marie wonders whether the shop is closed. She volunteers to investigate. As Marie walks ahead, Paresa cannot help smiling. Never in her life did she imagine she would spend an entire day shopping for dresses, shoes, and accessories. For a brief moment, everything feels peaceful. Then suddenly, a loud and strange sound breaks the silence. Paresa immediately turns around. To her shock, Marie has collapsed onto the ground. Alarmed, Paresa rushes toward her. She asks whether Marie is injured. Marie looks up with tears streaming down her face. In a trembling voice, she reveals the disaster. Her wallet is gone. Someone has stolen it. The thief sprints through the narrow streets of the market district, with Marie's stolen wallet clutched tightly in his hand. He dashes through one alley after another, convinced that he has successfully escaped. However, after turning one final corner, he suddenly comes to a complete stop. A tall stone wall blocks the road ahead, trapping him inside a dead end. His expression immediately turns anxious as he frantically looks around for another way out, only to realize there is none. Just as he wonders what to do next, a calm voice echoes from behind him. "I got you." The thief quickly turns around and is stunned to see Paresa Menzel standing at the entrance of the alley. Although she has chased him all the way through the crowded streets, she is barely out of breath. The thief stares at her in disbelief before asking why an attendant of the Imperial Palace would bother chasing someone like him. "You are an attendant of the Imperial Palace. You must have plenty of money. Why go this far just for one wallet?" Without saying another word, Paresa slowly walks toward him. Feeling cornered, the thief decides to attack first. He clenches his fist and lunges at her, while shouting that she has brought this upon herself. Before his punch can even reach her, Paresa calmly shifts her footing and delivers a precise kick directly to his ankle. The sudden strike completely destroys his balance, causing him to crash face first onto the stone pavement with a loud thud. The thief groans in pain, unable to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, Paresa remains standing exactly where she is, looking down at him without the slightest trace of panic. "Give me back the wallet." The man angrily refuses, shouting that there is no chance he will hand it over and warning her to stay away. Before anything else can happen, several rough-looking men suddenly enter the alley. They are clearly the thief's companions. One of them looks around before asking what is going on, reminding the thief that he had only gone out to snatch someone's belongings. After noticing the dirt covering their companion's face, they immediately burst into laughter. One jokingly asks whether he tried flirting with the woman and ended up getting slapped. Another keeps laughing, commenting that while he understands why someone would be attracted to such a beautiful woman, getting beaten so badly is embarrassing. One of the robbers casually walks up to Paresa, grabs her by the chin, and carefully examines her face. Smirking, he remarks that she is quite pretty before punching the wallet thief on the head for making such a foolish mistake. According to him, instead of trying to flirt with her, they should simply rob her. While grabbing the ribbon attached to her expensive dress, he remarks that she certainly looks like the type of noblewoman carrying a very heavy wallet. At that exact moment, Paresa finally reaches the limit of her patience. Without giving any warning, she instantly swings her leg through the air. The kick lands directly against the man's neck. With overwhelming speed and force, the robber is sent flying before crashing onto the ground. His companions freeze in complete shock. None of them even manages to see her movement. Realizing they are facing someone far more dangerous than expected, the remaining robbers immediately rush toward her together. Paresa calmly turns to face every one of them. Then, in an instant, a brilliant flash of mysterious light bursts outward from her body. The sudden radiance blinds every robber present. Their eyes widen in terror as their bodies abruptly become completely rigid. No matter how desperately they struggle, they cannot move a single muscle. Each of them wonders why their bodies have suddenly stopped responding. Walking toward the immobilized criminals without the slightest hesitation, Paresa looks directly at them with cold eyes. "I hate lowlifes like you." She continues walking until she stands directly in front of the thief who stole Marie's wallet. "The money you stole is the hard-earned salary of my colleague." The frightened thief desperately tries crawling backward across the ground to escape, but Paresa continues approaching him step by step. "So, give it back." Completely terrified after witnessing what happened to his companions, the thief immediately pulls Marie's wallet from his clothes and hands it back with trembling hands. After taking the wallet, Paresa warns him to start living honestly from now on. She further states that if they ever meet again under similar circumstances, she will make absolutely certain that he never troubles innocent people again. Just then, loud voices echo from outside the alley. "There she is!" Paresa instinctively flinches. A large group of people hurries toward her. Among them are investigators from the Imperial Palace, along with Marie Duncan herself, who looks extremely worried. Everyone rushes over, while repeatedly asking whether Lady Paresa is all right. Paresa looks completely surprised by their sudden arrival. Meanwhile, the terrified robbers immediately throw themselves onto the ground and begin accusing one another in a desperate attempt to lessen their own punishment. One of the investigators steps forward and carefully examines Paresa before asking whether she has suffered any injuries. After confirming that she is unharmed, he deeply apologizes on behalf of the authorities. He explains that they will work much harder to ensure that the streets remain safe from now onward. However, he respectfully requests that Lady Paresa accompany them to the investigation department. Both Paresa and Marie look surprised and ask why such a visit is necessary. The investigator explains that the men they have captured are notorious wanted criminals. Since they attempted to attack an attendant serving inside the Imperial Palace, the incident has become an official matter, requiring a formal report. After hearing the explanation, Paresa quietly accepts that it cannot be avoided. Marie then receives her recovered wallet from Paresa before gratefully thanking her. Paresa apologizes to Marie for being unable to continue their promised outing together, explaining that the investigation will probably take some time. The investigator agrees that it is best if Marie returns safely to the palace first, assuring both of them that another palace employee will personally escort her back. Although Marie looks worried, she reluctantly agrees. After saying goodbye to each other, Marie departs while Paresa leaves alongside the investigators. Sometime later, they arrive at the Imperial Investigation Department. The investigator knocks on a large office door before announcing that Lady Paresa has arrived. A familiar voice from inside calmly replies, "Let her in." The moment Paresa hears that voice, she immediately feels that it sounds strangely familiar. As she steps inside the office, her eyes widen in complete surprise. The person waiting inside is none other than the Crown Prince himself. Looking at her calmly, he remarks that he never expected to meet Paresa Menzel there. Paresa is completely stunned. Deep inside, she wonders what exactly the Crown Prince is doing inside the investigation department, although she carefully hides her true feelings behind a polite smile. Trying to remain composed, she casually asks whether he is in charge of the investigation department as well. The Crown Prince calmly confirms that he is. While lifting several documents from his desk, he explains that he has already received reports stating that she was attacked by criminals inside the city earlier that day. Paresa laughs awkwardly, remarking that it was certainly an unfortunate incident. She adds that, fortunately, the investigators arrived in time. The Crown Prince simply smiles. However, instead of continuing with questions about the attack, he suddenly changes the subject entirely. He asks whether she knows anything about the kingdom of Dunamis. The unexpected question immediately catches Paresa off guard. She silently wonders why he would suddenly ask something like that. After gathering herself, she carefully answers that Dunamis is the island nation located northeast of the Aegis Ocean. The Crown Prince nods before explaining that it is one of the 3 great nations blessed by the sea god Eegis, standing alongside the Lantius Empire and the Oragos Kingdom. Holding a pen between his fingers, he calmly remarks that he knows quite a great deal about that kingdom. Then, while continuing his explanation, he casually tosses the pen into the air. At the same time, he reveals that the second branch of the Menzel family was originally established within the kingdom of Dunamis. The moment those words reach Paresa's ears, she visibly flinches. Before she can recover from the shock, mysterious vines suddenly burst from the floor and silently wrap themselves around her body. Paresa's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes she has been completely restrained. The Crown Prince slowly approaches her with a calm expression. Maintaining steady eye contact, he reveals the true purpose behind his questions. He explains that, unlike the Lantius Empire, where powerful abilities are inherited almost exclusively by a single Imperial heir, the kingdom of Dunamis is different. In that nation, powers are not limited only to members of the royal family. Many ordinary individuals can also awaken extraordinary abilities. The story continues, with the Crown Prince suddenly snapping out of his brief moment of contemplation. His expression returns to its usual calm composure as he looks directly at Paresa Menzel. Still restrained by the vines wrapped around her body, Paresa stares back at him before asking the question that has been lingering in her mind. "Were you planning to get rid of me?" The Crown Prince immediately denies it. He calmly explains that he carefully adjusted the strength of his ability. According to him, if she truly possesses powers, then the attack would have been completely harmless. It was merely a test. Paresa, however, is far from satisfied with that explanation. "What if I had simply been an ordinary person without powers?" The Crown Prince replies that such a possibility never entered his calculations. As the heir apparent to the Lantius Empire, he explains that he has spent many years hunting down people with supernatural abilities. Because of that experience, he has developed the ability to detect even the faintest traces of supernatural energy. He states that the aura surrounding Paresa is unmistakable, the energy she unconsciously released earlier at the ballroom, while the noble ladies were disrespecting the Empress, already caught his attention. Although it only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing again, it is enough for him to recognize it. Upon hearing that explanation, Paresa silently realizes that he noticed the mysterious aura she accidentally emitted during the confrontation at the ball. The Crown Prince slowly walks closer, before telling her that it is finally time to hear the complete truth. He calmly instructs her to explain everything, beginning with what she was doing before arriving in the Empire, why she came there in the first place, and, most importantly, why she has hidden the truth about herself all this time. He warns her to choose her answers carefully. Depending on what she reveals, he will personally decide how she should be dealt with afterward. Hearing those words, Paresa becomes visibly nervous. Inside her mind, only a single thought echoes. Shit! Trying to regain her composure, she questions why the Crown Prince is investigating the Empress's personal attendant, as though she is some dangerous criminal. The Crown Prince calmly explains his reasoning. According to him, it is perfectly believable that an obscure noblewoman from a small countryside family could suddenly become the Empress's personal attendant. However, discovering that the same woman possesses the skills of an experienced swordsman capable of secretly infiltrating the Imperial palace is an entirely different matter. That possibility, he explains, can never be ignored. Therefore, he believes it would be in everyone's best interest if she confesses voluntarily before the situation becomes even more dangerous. Paresa remains silent for several moments, unsure how much she should reveal. Finally, she tells him that there is no need for such an investigation. The Crown Prince smiles faintly before concluding that she must simply be too loyal to reveal anything. Paresa awkwardly scratches her cheek before correcting him. "No, "I simply have nothing to say." She clarifies that he is wasting his time, since she is not a spy. The Crown Prince lets out a quiet sigh. He replies that words alone carry no value. Realizing there is no way to avoid the subject any longer, Paresa decides to reveal part of the truth. She asks whether he truly believes that someone chosen by the kingdom of Dunamis would betray the blessing of Eegis. She calmly begins explaining the traditions of her homeland. Unlike ordinary military service, those who receive the blessing of Eegis are selected regardless of noble lineage. Anyone possessing sufficient determination, talent, and strength can be chosen. However, receiving that power also carries an absolute responsibility. Those chosen by the sea god are obligated to protect and lead the people. For that very reason, every chosen individual possesses a sacred mission known as the Sword's Calling. If someone blessed by Aegis ever allows greed, corruption, or selfish ambition to consume their heart, the blessing itself abandons them immediately. After explaining that principle, Paresa raises one of her hands. Looking directly at the Crown Prince, she solemnly declares that she, Paresa Menzel, swears in the name of Aegis, the sea god, that she is completely innocent. The moment those words leave her lips, a soft, radiant light emerges from her palm. The divine glow serves as undeniable proof that the blessing still remains with her. Seeing the light, the Crown Prince quietly acknowledges that he has previously heard about this unique characteristic of the blessing bestowed by Aegis. However, instead of ending the discussion, he immediately changes the topic. He calmly asks her about one particular person, Rivera of Dunamis, the future ruler of the kingdom of Dunamis. The instant Rivera's name is spoken aloud, Paresa's eyes widen with surprise. She never expects the Crown Prince to possess that level of knowledge. He continues speaking without waiting for her response. He states that she can hardly claim not to know Rivera. After all, Rivera is the true authority within the kingdom of Dunamis. The warriors personally chosen by the blessing eventually join the royal family's elite Bologna Knights. As the future heir of the Lantius Empire, he naturally knows quite a great deal about Rivera. He explains that Rivera was originally the only daughter among the current king's 4 children. Ironically, she possesses the weakest claim to the throne. Furthermore, she suffers from a serious chronic illness throughout much of her childhood. Because of that, absolutely nobody expects her to become the future ruler. Everything changes after she awakens the Sword's Calling. Not only does she receive the blessing of Aegis, but she also becomes the strongest royal in the entire history of the Dunamis royal family. Her overwhelming power is so absolute that even the reigning king bows before her authority. Every royal successor across the neighboring nations knows her story. That is how famous Rivera becomes. The Crown Prince calmly concludes that since Paresa herself is also chosen by Aegis, it is highly likely that she once served Crown Princess Rivera directly. Therefore, from his perspective, it is only reasonable to suspect that a Bologna Knight who once served another nation's future ruler could have entered the Lantius Empire as a spy. Silence fills the room. The Crown Prince slowly steps even closer. Meanwhile, Paresa silently admits to herself that this is precisely the conversation she has desperately wanted to avoid. After taking a deep breath, she finally reveals another painful truth. She explains that if the Crown Prince truly knows Rivera's personality, then he should also know how Rivera views the people beneath her. According to Paresa, Rivera treats her subordinates not as trusted companions, but as possessions that belong solely to her. Paresa continues by explaining that if she had openly sought political asylum after fleeing the kingdom of Dunamis, instead of quietly hiding her identity, the incident would have escalated into an international crisis between the two nations. Meanwhile, the story briefly shifts elsewhere. Inside another estate, Marie Duncan stands with her head lowered while Countess Rissa slaps her across the face. The Countess angrily throws a stick onto the floor before demanding to know why Marie failed to bring Paresa to her. Marie immediately apologizes. However, Countess Rissa coldly interrupts her, stating that she does not wish to hear another excuse. She angrily remarks that despite investigating Paresa's background, they discover almost nothing useful. Originally, she believes that a young noblewoman from the countryside would be extremely easy to manipulate. Someone with no powerful connections should have been grateful simply to be accepted into high society. Yet somehow, even bringing Paresa to meet her becomes unexpectedly difficult. Turning her attention back toward Marie, Countess Rissa demands to know exactly what kind of person Paresa Menzel truly is. Marie honestly answers that Paresa is somewhat naive. She also seems rather indifferent toward noble politics. Perhaps because she spends so much time beside the Empress, she remains loyal, despite constantly hearing terrible rumors about her mistress. Marie also admits that Paresa is surprisingly stubborn. She confesses that she originally believes Paresa would eventually betray the Empress without much persuasion. Countess Rissa calmly dismisses that idea. She remarks that nothing in this world is truly unbreakable. She then reminds Marie that she surely understands what she needs to do next. With her head still lowered, Marie quietly agrees. Countess Rissa coldly reminds her not to forget who gave her the opportunity to become the woman she is today. Marie respectfully answers that she will remember. The story then returns to the Imperial Palace. One of the investigators opens the door to a luxurious guest room before politely inviting Paresa inside. The room is surprisingly elegant, complete with a large, comfortable bed and expensive furnishings. Paresa looks around in complete amazement. She can hardly believe that she is actually being allowed to stay there. The investigator confirms that the room was personally arranged by the Crown Prince. It is the finest accommodation available among the nearby inns and is intended as an apology for the unpleasant circumstances surrounding the investigation. Hearing that explanation, Paresa finds herself genuinely surprised. She quietly admits to herself that she never imagined the Crown Prince to be the sort of person capable of apologizing. The investigator then bows respectfully before expressing his own gratitude. He apologizes for obeying the Crown Prince's earlier orders. He confesses that he witnessed Marie Duncan getting into trouble, but hesitated instead of acting immediately. While he remains frozen in indecision, Paresa courageously rushes forward without any concern for her own safety. Watching her actions finally awakens his own resolve, prompting him to call for reinforcements. For that reason, he sincerely thanks Paresa for displaying such honorable and courageous conduct. Looking at his earnest expression, Paresa quietly thinks that he genuinely seems like a sincere person. With a cheerful smile sparkling in her eyes, she humbly replies that she only does what anyone should have done in that situation. Seeing that bright smile, the investigator suddenly finds himself wondering whether the Crown Prince might actually have developed feelings for her. However, before the awkward silence can continue, Paresa suddenly asks the one question that matters most to her. "So, will I receive the bounty?" The investigator immediately replies that of course she will. However, after saying those words, he suddenly pauses. Looking at Paresa again, he quietly begins to reconsider his earlier assumption, wondering if he has been completely mistaken all along. Before the story continues any further, the narrative shifts back to Paresa Menzel, who has finally returned to her duties as the exclusive personal attendant of the Empress after the exhausting events of her so-called holiday. Early in the morning, she politely greets the Empress with a respectful good morning while entering the royal bedchamber. However, the very first thing she notices is that something feels completely different. The Empress is already awake, quietly sitting on the edge of her bed, yet her expression appears unusually gloomy. Even more suspiciously, the furniture and decorations throughout the room seem to have shifted from their previous positions. Looking around in confusion, Paresa silently wonders whether the Empress throws one of her famous temper tantrums while she is away. Before she can continue observing the room any longer, the Empress sharply demands to know why she is standing there staring at everything. She announces that she intends to change her clothes before taking her usual morning walk, and orders Paresa to prepare everything immediately. Naturally, Paresa hurriedly obeys without another word. Not long afterward, the two of them are strolling through the peaceful palace gardens beneath the bright morning sky. Colorful flowers cover the pathways while birds chirp softly among the trees, creating a calm atmosphere. Unfortunately for Paresa, the Empress remains just as irritable as ever. She remarks that Paresa seems to have become rusty after taking a holiday and warns that if she continues behaving that way, she will never be granted another day off. Although Paresa obediently acknowledges the warning, inwardly she cannot help feeling disappointed. Her vacation hardly feels like a vacation at all. Rather than enjoying a peaceful break, she gets dragged into an investigation by the Crown Prince. Her thoughts naturally drift back to everything that happens during that interrogation. Earlier, while questioning her inside the investigation headquarters, the Crown Prince points out an inconsistency in her explanation. If she truly wants to hide after escaping the kingdom of Dunamis, why does she deliberately choose to work inside the Imperial Palace, the most visible place imaginable? Unable to hide the embarrassing truth any longer, Paresa eventually admits the real reason. It is simply money. She confesses that after being deceived and losing nearly all of her savings, she desperately searches for employment. Among every position offered through the employment agency, becoming an Imperial attendant is the highest paying option available. The Crown Prince merely stares at her before quietly replying that he understands. His reaction, however, is so calm and detached that Paresa immediately realizes he genuinely cannot comprehend what financial hardship feels like. As someone born into royalty, the concept of running out of money apparently never crosses his mind. Feeling both embarrassed and irritated, she bluntly points out just how rude his reaction sounds. Eventually, after considering everything she tells him, the Crown Prince finally decides to leave her alone for the time being. Since she has caused no problems within the Empire, he suspends any further action against her. Nevertheless, he imposes one condition before allowing her to continue serving the Empress. Those final words continue echoing inside Paresa's mind even now as she walks through the gardens. She suddenly stops walking. The Empress notices immediately and asks what is wrong. After hesitating for several moments, Paresa finally decides that she cannot continue hiding the truth from the person she serves. Gathering her courage, she quietly admits that she is actually from the kingdom of Dunamis. The Empress immediately stops walking. For a brief moment, complete silence surrounds them. Paresa nervously swallows while waiting for some sort of reaction. She expects surprise, suspicion, or perhaps even anger. Instead, the Empress casually replies that she already knows. Paresa can hardly believe what she has just heard. Completely bewildered, she immediately asks how that is even possible. The Empress almost looks offended by the question. After all, she is the Empress. She explains that she recognizes Paresa's foreign accent the very first time they meet. According to her, there are distinct differences between the mainland dialect and the accents spoken throughout the port cities. It is obvious from the beginning. Still unable to understand, Paresa carefully asks another question. If the Empress already knows she comes from another nation, does she never once suspect her of being a spy? The Empress actually pauses to think for a moment. Seeing that silence, Paresa hurriedly clarifies that she is not admitting to anything. The Empress finally answers. She states that she never believes Paresa is a spy. When Paresa looks confused, the Empress angrily explains her reasoning. If someone truly wants valuable information from the Imperial family, sending Paresa would be an unbelievably foolish strategy. She loudly points out that Paresa barely understands current palace customs, knows almost nothing about noble etiquette, and constantly struggles with even the simplest responsibilities expected from an attendant. For this reason, the Empress declares there has never been any reason to suspect her. Rather than being dangerous, she is simply far too incompetent. Those brutally honest words completely stun Paresa, who can only stand there speechless after being roasted so thoroughly. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when another palace maid hurries toward them. The maid respectfully announces that His Majesty has finally returned to the palace. Not long afterward, Paresa accompanies the Empress to welcome the Emperor. Inside the royal chamber, the Emperor warmly apologizes for being away for such a long period. Although his recent duties keep him occupied, he admits that they are merely excuses and confesses that he constantly worries about the Empress throughout his journey. The Empress gently reassures him that she fully understands his responsibilities. The Emperor then sweetly admits that she is the only person on his mind while returning home. The Empress laughs softly before telling him to stop staring at her so lovingly and instead enjoy the meal waiting before them. Standing quietly nearby, Paresa finds herself completely overwhelmed by the affectionate atmosphere surrounding the royal couple. She honestly expects the Emperor to be an unpleasant older man, considering that he is around 10 years older than the Empress. Instead, he turns out to be remarkably handsome. Looking at the Emperor's refined appearance beside the beautiful Empress, Paresa silently concludes that good genetics truly never lie. More importantly, she finally understands why the Empress's mood is so much better. Unable to satisfy her curiosity, Paresa quietly whispers to the nearby maid Anna, asking whether the Emperor visits the palace only occasionally. Anna immediately shakes her head. She explains that the Emperor normally visits the Empress very frequently. Recently, however, he is occupied by the massive forest fire that devastates the eastern region of the Empire. According to Anna, the Emperor possesses a water-based healing ability, allowing him to restore damaged environments after disasters. Meanwhile, His Highness also wields the Imperial family's wood-based ability, which eventually helps revive the destroyed forests. Listening carefully, Paresa quietly remembers something she previously learns. Within this empire, only members of the Imperial family inherit such powerful abilities. Anna enthusiastically adds that working inside the Imperial palace and witnessing such remarkable individuals every day is an incredible honor. Hearing the admiration in Anna's voice, makes Paresa realize that ordinary citizens view the Imperial family very differently from how she does. Her thoughts soon return to the Crown Prince. Earlier, she wonders why he is so suspicious of her, despite the obvious hostility between himself and the Empress. Now she finally understands. As the Empress's exclusive personal attendant, Paresa naturally meets the Emperor on a regular basis. That alone makes her someone worth monitoring. Meanwhile, the Emperor remembers something. He mentions hearing that the Empress recently attends a banquet together with the Crown Prince and thanks her for accepting his suggestion. The Empress casually confirms it before explaining that she also asks the Crown Prince to escort her exclusive personal attendant during the ball, so that the young woman can properly make her debut within high society. The Emperor immediately becomes interested. He admits that he has been curious about this new attendant. Almost instantly, the Empress calls Paresa forward and instructs her to introduce herself. Internally, Paresa nearly panics. Trying to remain composed, she gracefully steps forward, bows respectfully, and introduces herself as Paresa Menzel, stating that it is an honor to meet His Majesty. The Emperor quietly observes her for several moments. Before he can continue speaking, however, the Empress proudly interrupts, explaining that Paresa comes from the countryside and is both hardworking and exceptionally talented. The Emperor simply acknowledges the explanation before continuing to examine Paresa in complete silence. His gaze carefully lingers on her as though he is trying to judge something hidden beneath her calm appearance. Standing before the Emperor under such intense scrutiny, Paresa becomes increasingly uncomfortable. After everything that already happens with the Crown Prince, she cannot help wondering whether the Emperor is also beginning to suspect her true identity. Unable to escape the overwhelming pressure of yet another member of the Imperial family silently analyzing her, Paresa can only helplessly wonder why neither of them seems willing to leave her alone. The story continues after a while, and the Emperor smiles warmly before saying that he must admit Paresa Menzel is different from all the personal attendants the Empress has had until now. Hearing those words immediately brightens the Empress's mood, and she happily agrees. She explains that she cannot distrust Paresa since she has such a kind heart. On top of that, she adds that she enjoys dressing Paresa up since she is naturally pretty. Hearing such unexpected praise leaves Paresa completely stunned. She can hardly believe what she is hearing and silently wonders whether Her Majesty is actually complimenting her. The Emperor smiles gently before expressing that he had been worried since none of the previous attendants had suited the Empress very well. For this reason, he sincerely hopes that Paresa continues working beside the Empress for a long time. Hearing those words allows Paresa to finally breathe a sigh of relief. She silently thinks that she has probably escaped the Emperor's suspicion for now. The following day arrives inside the Imperial Palace. Paresa recalls everything that happened the previous day and convinces herself that everything seemed to go smoothly. She remembers how happy the Empress looked while spending time with the Emperor and quietly wonders what could possibly have gone wrong. However, everything changes the moment the Emperor leaves the palace. Paresa stands together with the other attendants outside the Empress's chambers when loud, crashing noises suddenly begin echoing from inside the room. The sounds of objects shattering and furniture being thrown continue one after another. Everyone outside immediately grows nervous, while Paresa silently wonders what could possibly have happened in such a short amount of time. Realizing that someone has to stop the situation, Paresa quietly decides that she must somehow handle it herself. As she reaches for the door handle, someone suddenly calls her name. It is Marie Duncan. Marie quickly stops her and warns that entering now would be a terrible idea. She explains that the Empress is currently at the peak of one of her tantrums, making it extremely dangerous for anyone to step inside. However, Paresa calmly replies that this is exactly why she has to go. She reminds Marie that she is the Empress's personal attendant. Marie hesitates before explaining that everyone inside the palace follows one unspoken rule. Whenever the Empress enters one of these emotional outbursts, absolutely nobody enters her room. She warns Paresa that she could easily get hurt if she ignores that rule. Instead of backing away, Paresa becomes even more determined. She quietly points out that if everyone remains outside, then the Empress might end up hurting herself instead. Silence immediately falls over all the attendants gathered outside the room. Seeing that nobody intends to move, Paresa gently tells everyone not to worry. She explains that they do not have to accompany her since she already intends to enter alone. Marie anxiously calls out her name once more as Paresa finally opens the door. The instant she steps inside, a flower vase comes flying directly toward her face. Without even panicking, Paresa raises her hand and catches the vase before it can hit her. The Empress, breathing heavily from anger, glares at her before shouting that she knew Paresa would dare to enter anyway. She angrily demands to know when she ever gave permission for her to come inside. Paresa calmly reminds her that before the Emperor arrived, Her Majesty herself had said that after His Majesty left the palace the following morning, she would change clothes and go for a walk. Hearing her own words quoted back only makes the Empress even angrier. She shouts that Paresa always has an answer for everything before accusing her of either being completely clueless or intentionally mocking her. Even while yelling, tears begin forming in the Empress's eyes. Paresa quietly notices those tears. Remaining perfectly calm, she gently tells the Empress that she is her personal attendant and that Her Majesty can tell her whatever is troubling her. Those words only provoke the Empress further. She immediately grabs a pillow and throws it directly at Paresa. Once again, Paresa catches it before it reaches her face. Watching her effortlessly stop another object leaves the Empress speechless for a brief moment. Paresa softly admits that it is true she knows nothing about what is troubling Her Majesty. Then, she quietly explains the reason. She says she cannot understand anything if the Empress never tells her. While speaking, she walks toward the bed before gently placing the pillow back where it belongs. The furious Empress immediately orders her to disappear and declares that she is fired. Paresa simply replies that she does not want to. That unexpected answer completely stuns the Empress. Ignoring the threat, Paresa calmly walks over and places the flower vase back onto its table as though nothing unusual has happened. She then explains that if she loses this position, she will have to search for another job. For this reason, she would at least like to know the real reason she is being dismissed. She quietly adds that it would be much easier if the Empress simply told her why she is suffering so much. The Empress silently stares at her. Deep inside, she cannot help thinking that Paresa truly is a strange girl. She asks whether Paresa genuinely believes she looks sorrowful while throwing such an enormous fit of rage. Instead of answering immediately, Paresa slowly walks closer before sitting down directly in front of her. She gently replies that she does. Then she carefully lifts the Empress's chin and softly explains that when someone has tears in their eyes, it means they are grieving over something. Those sincere words strike the Empress deeply. Inside her heart, she quietly thinks that it is strange how this girl can somehow see through another person's heart so easily. Paresa gently asks whether she should send all the attendants waiting outside away so they can speak in private. The Empress silently remembers everything that has happened until now, before thinking to herself where a girl like Paresa had been all this time. Finally, she quietly agrees. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the Imperial Palace, the investigator from earlier reports to the Crown Prince that His Majesty spent the previous night with the Empress before leaving the palace early that morning. The Crown Prince calmly concludes that the personal attendant must have avoided attracting the Emperor's suspicion, since His Majesty has not mentioned her at all. While sipping his tea, the investigator places several elegant envelopes onto the table. He explains that he collected them on the way because they are invitations to upcoming banquets. The Crown Prince glances at the growing pile before asking whether every single one of them is an invitation. As he sets down his teacup, his thoughts unexpectedly drift toward Paresa. He suddenly remembers her face. However, the version that appears in his imagination is completely inaccurate. Instead of remembering her elegant appearance at the banquet, he imagines the loud, stubborn, and constantly shouting personal attendant he keeps encountering. Seeing his unusual expression, the investigator curiously calls out to him. The Crown Prince immediately snaps back to reality and silently questions himself. He cannot understand why he keeps thinking about that personal attendant. He wonders whether it is simply because he remains overly suspicious of her. Realizing the strange direction of his thoughts even causes him to blush slightly. Trying to distract himself, he reaches toward the invitations lying on the table. One particular envelope catches his attention. Looking at its seal, he quietly asks whether that letter has come from House Eris. At the very same time, back inside the Empress's chambers, Paresa continues, sitting quietly beside the Empress's knees as the atmosphere finally begins calming down. Outside the room, however, Marie tightly clenches her fists. Someone approaches and quietly informs her that he has already returned to the capital. Marie answers with a simple confirmation, but her expression is filled with frustration. Then another voice quietly speaks beside her. The person says they have already given Paresa enough chances. Sooner or later, Paresa will discover for herself that she has boarded nothing more than a rotten ship. The story continues, with the Empress looking at herself before turning toward Paresa Menzel with a doubtful expression. She asks whether this is really the right way to go. Paresa confidently reassures her that everything is perfectly fine now, and tells her that from this point onward, no one will be able to outshine her. Although the Empress is now wearing a completely different style that highlights her natural elegance and dignity, she still does not look satisfied. Instead, she stubbornly tells Paresa to do it all over again. Meanwhile, Paresa reflects on the conversation they shared earlier. She realizes that Her Majesty did not tell her everything, most likely since she is only beginning to open her heart. Even so, Paresa believes she has already understood the true source of the Empress's suffering. She recalls the Empress's tearful confession. The Empress explains that she comes from a baron's family, the lowest rank among the nobility, meaning that in terms of social standing she was practically no different from a commoner. Everything changes unexpectedly when the Emperor meets her during a banquet, falls in love with her at first sight, and later proposes marriage. However, instead of receiving congratulations, she becomes the target of endless jealousy. She painfully explains that countless noble ladies cannot tolerate the fact that someone of such low status becomes Empress. They constantly gang up against her, calling her greedy and a vicious villainess whenever she dares to defend herself. Little by little, the influence and authority that rightfully belong to the Empress are stolen away from her until she becomes an Empress only in title. Eventually, she locks herself inside her own palace, avoiding society altogether, realizing that this is exactly the outcome her enemies wanted. After listening quietly, Paresa gently asks what Her Majesty truly wishes to do. The Empress looks surprised by the question. Paresa then asks another one. She wonders whether the Empress truly wants to continue living exactly as those people desire. For several moments, the Empress remains completely silent. Finally, she quietly admits that she does not. The story then shifts to the present as a luxurious carriage travels through the capital. Inside, the Empress anxiously protests that although she said those words earlier, she still is not prepared. She insists that nothing good will come from rushing things, especially since they never even informed anyone that they were coming. She becomes increasingly frustrated with Paresa for forcing the issue. However, Paresa calmly replies that none of those concerns matter. She reminds the Empress that she is the ruler of the Empire's noble society, and that there is nothing in this world that the Empress cannot do. Then, without waiting for permission, Paresa begins stepping out of the carriage while declaring that if Her Majesty continues refusing, she will simply go inside alone. The Empress immediately panics and hurriedly calls out Paresa's name. At this point, the narration explains the importance of the current social season within the Lantius Empire. Among all noble events, none possesses greater prestige than the Imperial Banquet. It is the grand banquet traditionally organized by the Empress herself, representing unmatched authority, elegance, and influence throughout high society. Every noble hoping to establish their reputation considers attendance absolutely essential. However, in recent years, those prestigious banquets have not been organized by the Empress. Instead, the responsibility has been handled by Duchess Amore, a trusted servant of the Imperial family who inherited the position from the previous Empress. For this reason, the carriage has arrived directly at House Amore. As they approach the mansion, Paresa quietly thinks that the time has finally come for Her Majesty to reclaim the authority that has always belonged to her. Standing beside the Empress, Paresa politely asks the servants to announce Her Majesty's arrival. The Empress once again nervously calls Paresa's name, still unable to believe what is happening. After entering the mansion, they are welcomed by Duchess Amore herself. Without hesitation, the Duchess immediately accepts the Empress's request. The Empress cannot hide her astonishment. The Duchess warmly explains that managing the Imperial Banquet has gradually become exhausting. She honestly believed it had become her responsibility only since the Empress never showed any interest in taking over. She cheerfully laughs while admitting that she was mistaken for making such an assumption. Still somewhat surprised, the Empress carefully asks whether it would truly be acceptable if she personally organized this year's Imperial Banquet. The Duchess immediately agrees. She explains that although the schedule is already quite tight, she is more than willing to hand over every preparation she has already completed. The Empress remains speechless. She quietly thinks that everything still feels unreal. Turning toward Paresa, she admits that she never imagined reclaiming this responsibility would be so simple. Paresa smiles before admitting that she is equally surprised. She explains that Duchess Amore appears to have been waiting for someone to relieve her of this responsibility. For the first time in many years, genuine excitement begins filling the Empress's heart. She quietly wonders whether organizing the Imperial Banquet will finally become her first true step toward fulfilling her duties as the Empire's Empress. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside House Amore, the Duchess quietly sits at her desk writing a letter. One of her maids enters the room. The Duchess calmly instructs her to deliver a greeting to House Harris and asks whether she can make the visit today. The maid respectfully accepts the order before taking the letter. After the maid leaves, Duchess Amor slowly stands before walking toward the window. Watching the Empress's carriage disappear into the distance, she quietly sighs. She admits that she never expected Her Majesty to visit her so suddenly. Even so, she smiles to herself, while observing that life is truly unpredictable. Looking outside with an amused grin, she comments that the Empress has changed considerably. Then she quietly adds that these kinds of changes are exactly what make life interesting. Smiling even more mysteriously, she remarks that someone in particular will surely be very pleased by these developments. Meanwhile, inside the carriage returning to the Imperial Palace, the exhausted Empress leans back in her seat before admitting that she is completely worn out. Paresa happily replies that everything went far better than expected. The Empress agrees before declaring that preparations for the Imperial Banquet will begin the very next day. Although she sounds determined, she soon becomes worried again. She quietly wonders whether the nobles will truly support her now that she is personally acting as the organizer. Paresa confidently reassures her. She declares that every noble in the empire will attend. Then, with a particularly meaningful smile, she adds that even the women who previously behaved disrespectfully toward Her Majesty will have no choice but to come. The Empress becomes slightly confused after noticing Paresa's confident expression. Eventually, she tells Paresa to relax. After remaining silent for a while, the Empress quietly admits that she does not know why she suddenly feels so tired. Perhaps, for the first time in a very long while, she finally feels as though she can relax. Paresa gently suggests that she should simply take a nap during the journey back. As the carriage continues traveling toward the palace, Paresa watches the peaceful scenery outside with sparkling eyes. Beside her, the exhausted Empress gradually falls asleep. Without realizing it, she slowly rests her head against Paresa's shoulder. While sleeping, she softly murmurs Paresa's name. Paresa becomes slightly surprised. Then she hears the Empress quietly whisper a simple thank you. A warm smile appears across Paresa's face. She gently tells the sleeping Empress to rest well, while allowing her to continue sleeping peacefully throughout the remainder of the journey. Sometime later, invitations bearing the Empress's name are delivered throughout every corner of the empire. Every rank of nobility receives one, including members of the imperial family, dukes, marquises, counts, viscounts, barons, and even small noble families living far away in the countryside. Although the invitation itself remains identical to previous years, one detail immediately shocks everyone. For the first time in years, the organizer listed on the invitation is the Empress herself. Nobles everywhere react with complete surprise. Whispers rapidly spread across high society, as everyone realizes that Her Majesty is personally hosting the Imperial Banquet once again. Eventually, the long-awaited day finally arrives. Magnificent carriages continue arriving one after another as nobles from across the empire gather for the grand event. Many guests admire the decorations, commenting that everything feels far more magnificent than the previous imperial banquets. Several noblewomen praise Her Majesty's refined taste, while others admit they were genuinely surprised that Duchess Amor willingly stepped aside. Throughout the ballroom, countless whispers, conversations, and rumors continue circulating among the guests. Some quietly remark that although the Emperor and Empress appear much closer recently, they still never expected such a dramatic change. Suddenly, the grand doors open. Every conversation instantly comes to a halt. All eyes turn toward the entrance. The Empress gracefully appears at the top of the grand staircase, elegantly resting one hand upon the railing. With remarkable confidence, she warmly welcomes every guest by thanking them for attending and expressing her hope that everyone enjoys the evening. She radiates elegance and confidence unlike ever before. The entire ballroom falls silent. Every guest is left utterly captivated by how breathtakingly beautiful she looks. Even Paresa watches everyone's astonished expressions with satisfaction. She quietly thinks that she knew nobody would be able to resist being enchanted by Her Majesty's appearance. Soon afterward, loud applause echoes throughout the magnificent ballroom as everyone enthusiastically welcomes the Empress. Watching everything unfold exactly as planned, Paresa silently promises herself that this is only the beginning. Step by step, they are going to reclaim every bit of the authority that rightfully belongs to the Empress. The next scene begins with Paresa Menzel quietly approaching the Empress after observing the reactions of the guests throughout the grand banquet. With a satisfied smile, she tells the Empress that it has been a complete success, adding that everyone appears deeply impressed by her refined taste and the breathtaking atmosphere she has created. Hearing those words, the Empress allows herself a small smile. and replies that she is relieved to know that all the hard work she has personally put into preparing the Imperial banquet has finally paid off. Before their conversation can continue any further, another figure enters the magnificent banquet hall. It is none other than the Crown Prince. Dressed in elegant formal attire, he looks even more handsome and dignified than usual. As he approaches his mother, he smiles faintly and says that he is rather surprised, reminding her that she previously claimed to despise banquets. The Empress immediately responds with a teasing smile and tells him that she is far more pleased to see how exceptionally handsome he looks today. The Crown Prince gracefully bows his head before expressing his sincerest gratitude for her compliment. Standing quietly beside them, Paresa cannot help becoming slightly stunned as she watches the unusually warm interaction between mother and son. The Empress then continues by admitting that although she had indeed avoided banquets for quite some time, there is little she can do now. She explains that the Emperor wishes for the Crown Prince to find a suitable wife, and for this reason, she has personally invested considerable effort into organizing this gathering. She therefore tells him to properly look around and pay close attention to the ladies attending the banquet. The Crown Prince repeats her words with slight amusement, quietly saying that she is speaking about his future wife. At that exact moment, his eyes slowly drift toward Paresa. Paresa immediately notices his gaze and flinches slightly. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, she wonders in her mind why the Crown Prince keeps staring directly at her. She cannot understand his intentions at all, and internally complains that his behavior feels rather creepy. At the same time, she reassures herself that the Empress is worrying unnecessarily, believing that the Crown Prince's future wife will surely appear naturally when the proper time comes. Soon afterward, elegant music begins echoing throughout the magnificent hall, and nobles from every corner of the empire gradually step onto the dance floor. The ballroom quickly fills with graceful couples dancing beneath the glittering chandeliers. However, just as the atmosphere reaches its peak, an unexpected figure suddenly appears at the grand entrance. The palace guards, standing near the doors, immediately become startled upon recognizing the newcomer. Before they can announce anything, the woman calmly raises a finger and quietly tells them not to make a scene. The rhythmic sound of her elegant sandals echoes throughout the silent hall as she slowly walks forward with complete confidence. She casually remarks that it has been quite a long time since she last attended a banquet. Her voice immediately attracts everyone's attention. Paresa, the Crown Prince, and the Empress all turn toward the entrance simultaneously. The mysterious noblewoman gently asks whether she has arrived too late, before explaining that she has not attended a banquet in quite some time. She then gracefully introduces herself. She says that she is Nissiana heiress, greeting Her Majesty with proper courtesy. Paresa quietly leans toward the Crown Prince and asks who the woman is. The Crown Prince calmly explains that Nissiana heiress is Duchess heiress, his own aunt. Paresa becomes visibly shocked upon learning that the woman standing before them is actually the Crown Prince's aunt. Without wasting another moment, the Crown Prince informs Paresa that he will head downstairs first, before instructing her to carefully assist the Empress as she comes down afterward. Paresa becomes nervous and confused. She cannot understand why he specifically asks her to help the Empress descend the staircase. Meanwhile, from the upper level, the Empress quietly stares toward Nissiana heiress. The moment she recognizes the Duchess, a look of anger immediately flashes across her face. Paresa notices the sudden change in her expression and quietly asks whether Her Majesty is all right. Receiving no answer, Paresa gently supports the Empress as they slowly begin descending the grand staircase together. Waiting below, the Crown Prince greets his aunt respectfully, before expressing his surprise at seeing her arrive without prior notice. He admits that he believed she was still recovering from her recent travels. Nissiana heiress laughs softly before explaining that she simply could not miss a banquet personally organized by Her Majesty. For that reason, she quickly finished everything she had been doing and immediately returned to the capital. As they finally stand face to face, Nissiana heiress smiles warmly at the Empress. She gently embraces her while saying that it has been a long time and that she has missed her greatly. After releasing the embrace, she comments that the Empress now seems capable of accomplishing many things independently, even organizing an imperial banquet on her own. She then unexpectedly suggests that the two of them should begin spending much more time together in the future. The Empress becomes completely speechless. Still holding her shoulders, Nissiana heiress asks whether she would do that for her. Throughout the banquet hall, nobles immediately begin whispering among themselves. Many excitedly remark that Duchess heiress has finally returned. Every single whisper reaches the Empress's ears. Standing completely frozen, she suddenly begins remembering painful memories from the past. She thinks bitterly that she already knew this moment would eventually arrive. She wonders whether she had foolishly believed she could ever truly be free from her. The painful memories continue flooding back. She recalls hearing mocking laughter from noblewomen. She remembers someone ridiculing her for trying to become close to the crown prince, only to fail miserably. Another cruel voice mocks her for foolishly living inside a fantasy, insisting that reality has now changed. Those humiliating words repeatedly echo inside her mind. Her breathing becomes increasingly uneven. Cold sweat forms across her face. The overwhelming memories completely consume her. Meanwhile, Nissiana heiress simply smiles before casually saying that they will see each other again later. She turns around as though nothing has happened. The very next moment, the Empress suddenly loses consciousness. Fortunately, before she can collapse onto the floor, Paresa immediately catches her in her arms. The Crown Prince's expression instantly changes. He urgently shouts for his mother to wake up before immediately ordering someone nearby to summon a doctor without delay. Without hesitation, he announces that the banquet will end immediately. Nearby, Nissiana heiress quietly watches the unconscious Empress. Paresa is overwhelmed with fear after witnessing Her Majesty suddenly collapse. Nissiana heiress slowly turns back toward them before calmly remarking that perhaps the Empress simply exhausted herself by working far too hard while preparing the banquet. She further comments that Her Majesty should not have pushed herself beyond her limits. As she extends her hand toward the unconscious Empress, intending to touch her, Paresa suddenly grabs Nissiana heiress's wrist before she can reach her. Nissiana heiress immediately freezes in surprise. With unmistakable anger visible in her eyes, Paresa firmly tells her not to touch Her Majesty. The Crown Prince turns around after sensing the sudden tension. He becomes visibly shocked upon witnessing the confrontation. At that instant, he realizes that Paresa's emotions have become dangerously intense once again. He remembers warning her not to allow her ability to leak out. Choosing not to address the matter immediately, he instead orders Paresa to carry his mother and follow him. He explains that he will personally guide them to a nearby resting room. Without another word, Paresa pushes Nissiana heiress's hand aside before carefully lifting the unconscious Empress into her arms. She immediately agrees and asks the Crown Prince to lead the way. As they leave the banquet hall together, countless nobles begin whispering among themselves, filling the room with endless gossip regarding what has just happened. A short distance away, another noblewoman approaches Nissiana heiress. She politely greets the Duchess before commenting that it has been quite some time since they last met. Nissiana heiress smiles and returns the greeting. The woman then asks how her recent journey went. Nissiana heiress replies that it was excellent, thanks to her. However, she quickly shifts the conversation elsewhere. Looking toward Paresa as she disappears into the corridor carrying the Empress, Nissiana heiress remarks that she notices a completely unfamiliar young lady. The noblewoman explains that the girl is Paresa Menzel, Her Majesty's newly appointed personal attendant. She further comments that, judging by what everyone has witnessed today, Paresa appears to be remarkably devoted to serving the Empress. Nissiana heiress quietly narrows her eyes. A subtle, calculating smile slowly appears across her face as she continues watching Paresa disappear down the hallway. Finally, with obvious interest, she calmly remarks that she would very much like the opportunity to have a conversation with Paresa Menzel. The story then shifts away from the present and reveals the painful past of the Empress, taking readers back to the time when she has only recently entered the Imperial Palace after marrying the Emperor. At that time, she frequently enjoys afternoon tea with Nissiana heiress, whom she considers her closest companion within the palace. Smiling warmly, Erica, who has only recently become the Empress, tells Nissiana that she has been able to settle into palace life, thanks entirely to her support and kindness. Nissiana gently laughs before asking the Empress to stop addressing her so formally. She tells her to simply call her Nissiana, reminding Erica that they are friends now. After a brief pause, Nissiana casually suggests that Erica should host a tea party. The Empress immediately becomes surprised and asks whether she truly means that she should personally organize one. Nissiana confidently replies that she absolutely should. She explains that hosting a tea party would allow Erica to lead the conversation herself while becoming closer to the noble ladies who are still unfamiliar with her, just as they themselves once were. The Empress hesitates and wonders whether such an idea is truly a good one. Nissiana smiles brightly, her eyes sparkling with encouragement, and reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. She praises Erica's refined taste, and tells her that she is certain all of the noble ladies will adore everything she prepares. Those encouraging words immediately brighten the Empress's expression. Motivated by Nissiana's advice, she throws herself wholeheartedly into preparing for the gathering. The following days are spent selecting every tiny detail with extraordinary care. While examining fragrant tea leaves together, Nissiana picks up one variety, inhales its aroma, and remarks that it is an excellent choice. Following her recommendation, Erica instructs the maids to prepare those particular tea leaves for the guests. She carefully selects elegant teacups, beautiful floral decorations, delicate ornaments for the tables, and refined snacks that are neither overly extravagant nor disappointingly simple. She wishes to create a warm and welcoming atmosphere that would leave a pleasant impression on every guest. For an entire week, the Empress personally oversees every preparation, hoping that everything will be perfect. Finally, the long-awaited day arrives. The tables are beautifully arranged, fresh flowers decorate every corner, elegant tea sets sparkle beneath the sunlight, and the desserts are carefully displayed. Everything is ready. However, as the appointed hour approaches, Erica suddenly notices that no one has arrived. She quietly asks one of the maids what time it is. The maid respectfully informs her that it is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the exact time stated on every invitation. Trying to remain composed, the Empress instructs the servants to cover the food for the time being so it will remain fresh. At the same time, she anxiously wonders whether she might have written the wrong time on the invitations herself. A short while later, another servant finally announces that guests have begun arriving. The Empress immediately brightens with excitement and warmly welcomes them. However, as she looks around more carefully, her smile slowly begins to disappear. Once everyone has taken their seats, she politely thanks them for accepting her invitation and encourages everyone to enjoy both the refreshments and each other's company. As tea is poured and the snacks are served, Erica slowly realizes something is terribly wrong. The guests sitting before her are not the influential noblewomen she personally invited. Instead, nearly every attendee is an inexperienced young lady, with some barely old enough to participate in noble society. Several of them are still nothing more than innocent children. It quickly becomes obvious that someone has deliberately orchestrated this situation. The purpose is painfully clear. Someone intends to show the Empress exactly where they believe she belongs. The young girls awkwardly sip their tea in complete silence, unable to hold meaningful conversations with the Empress. One after another, they quietly excuse themselves and leave. Within a short period of time, the magnificent tea party becomes completely empty. Meanwhile, on that very same day, a magnificent banquet is being held at House Eris. The Empress stands alone beside the untouched refreshments she spent an entire week preparing. She learns that although the banquet at House Eris has only been organized within 3 days, nearly every important noble lady in high society has eagerly attended it instead. Standing in complete silence, she wonders whom she is even supposed to blame. She does not know whom she should cry to. She has no one to complain to. Unfortunately, this humiliating incident is only the beginning. Not long afterward, one of the performers she has been sponsoring nervously comes before her. With great fear, he kneels before the Empress and desperately begs her to terminate his sponsorship. Erica becomes completely confused and asks what he means. The frightened actor lowers his forehead to the floor and sincerely explains that he will never receive another acting role if people continue knowing that he is sponsored by the Empress. Those heartbreaking words leave Erica speechless. As time continues passing, the Empress slowly discovers the horrifying truth. Since Nissiana Eris is regarded as the leading figure of high society, her influence reaches every corner of noble society. Actors supported by the Empress suddenly find themselves unable to perform. Designers whom the Empress publicly favors become ignored and completely abandoned by the aristocracy. Anyone associated with her quietly disappears from noble society. Completely overwhelmed, Erica repeatedly wonders whether she has unknowingly done something wrong. She questions whether everything is happening simply because she comes from a collapsed baron's family, the lowest rank among nobles. No matter how many times she reflects upon her actions, she cannot discover any mistake. No matter how desperately she searches for an answer, nothing makes sense. Little by little, she is deliberately removed from noble society. She becomes nothing more than an empty doll without any real authority, existing only in name while everyone else quietly strips away the influence that rightfully belongs to the Empress. The painful memories finally come to an end. The story returns to the present. As the Empress slowly opens her eyes after collapsing during the banquet, she notices Paresa Menzel and the Crown Prince quietly speaking near the entrance of the resting room. The moment Paresa notices Her Majesty awakening, she immediately rushes to the bedside with visible relief and happily announces that she is finally awake. The Empress slowly sits upright while gently placing one hand against her head. Still feeling weak, she asks what happened after she collapsed during the banquet. Paresa hesitates for a brief moment, unable to answer immediately. After gathering her thoughts, she quietly explains that the banquet had to be ended after Her Majesty lost consciousness. The Empress lowers her head in disappointment. Believing everything to be her own fault, she sadly remarks that provoking Nissiana heiress was a terrible mistake. Hearing that, Paresa immediately realizes that Nissiana heiress has truly been the person manipulating everything from behind the scenes all these years. The Empress quietly admits that she is not entirely certain why she is revealing so much of her past. She explains that since Nissiana has been away from the capital for such a long time, she genuinely believed everything would remain peaceful even after her return. Yet reality proves otherwise. She sadly concludes that perhaps she simply became too greedy by hoping things could finally change. Paresa immediately shakes her head. She firmly tells the Empress that none of it is true. The Empress quietly looks at her, surprised by the certainty in Paresa's voice. Meanwhile, Paresa herself cannot fully explain what she is feeling. From the exact moment Her Majesty collapsed in front of everyone, something inside her awakens. It is not something she consciously controls. Instead, the mysterious ability inherited from Eegis quietly guides her heart. A gentle voice within that power seems to whisper that this is the very person she has been searching for. With determination filling her eyes, Paresa slowly steps closer before respectfully kneeling before the Empress. She solemnly swears that from this day onward, she will become Her Majesty's sword whenever strength is needed, and her shield whenever protection is required. She continues by promising that she will devote herself to protecting both the Empress's body and her heart from every individual who wishes to harm her, clearly referring to Nissiana heiress. The Empress becomes deeply moved. Her eyes begin sparkling with emotion. After remaining silent for several moments, she quietly apologizes. She admits that she still cannot reveal everything just yet. However, she sincerely promises that when the proper time finally arrives, she will tell Paresa the complete truth. Paresa gently extends her hand toward the Empress. She softly asks Her Majesty to believe her words. She promises that no matter what happens in the future, she will always remain the Empress's unconditional ally. Overcome with emotion, the Empress finally reaches forward and places her hand into Paresa's. Paresa respectfully lifts the Empress's hand before gently kissing it as a symbol of absolute loyalty. At that moment, she silently makes one final promise to herself. Until the day their mission is finally fulfilled, she will devote every part of herself to protecting the Empress. The story then returns to the banquet hall, where the noblewomen are still gathered together in small groups. The senior heiresses continue standing together, while quietly murmuring among themselves, exchanging whispers and gossip regarding everything that has happened during the banquet. The atmosphere remains lively, despite the banquet coming to an abrupt end. Suddenly, the large doors of the hall open once again. The Crown Prince notices his aunt, Nissiana heiress, preparing to leave. The senior noblewomen immediately shift their attention toward him. Walking over to Nissiana, the Crown Prince politely tells her that the other nobles are already heading back to their residences, and therefore, she should also take some time to rest. Nissiana smiles gracefully upon hearing his considerate words. She respectfully replies that she is honored by His Highness's kind consideration. The Crown Prince then adds that his mother will also be returning to the palace in order to recover properly. For that reason, he suggests that they meet again another time instead. The noblewomen standing nearby overhear the conversation and become visibly surprised. Meanwhile, Countess Russell politely bids farewell to the other noble ladies, telling them that she will see them again next time, before letting out a soft chuckle. One after another, the noblewomen begin leaving the banquet hall. Soon, only Nissiana heiress and the Crown Prince remain standing inside. After everyone has departed, the Crown Prince quietly places one hand against his forehead before sighing to himself, remarking that things always end up this way. Nissiana calmly smiles and comments that he seems to be misunderstanding something. The Crown Prince observes her expression and points out that she appears to be rather pleased. Nissiana simply replies that she has no idea what he is referring to. She gracefully bows before the Crown Prince and politely wishes him a pleasant evening before excusing herself. Without waiting any longer, she slowly walks away from the hall. The Crown Prince silently watches her disappear. Left alone with his thoughts, he begins contemplating everything that has happened during the evening. he concludes that he should investigate the abilities of the Dunamis kingdom much more thoroughly. As memories of Paresa Menzel calming the Empress flash through his mind, he silently thinks that there had better be a very good reason why she broke the promise they made regarding her own safety. He then realizes something else. Somewhat regretfully, he thinks that he did not even get the opportunity to properly speak with Paresa throughout the banquet. At this point, the story briefly explains the history of the three great nations surrounding the Aegis Ocean. Long ago, when the era of the gods finally came to an end, Aegis, the sea god, is said to have split a portion of the enormous continent known as Drimta into separate lands, creating the world as it exists today. The divine power of Aegis is then divided into three parts and bestowed upon each of those lands. Within the Lantius Empire, the inherited blessing grants the power to wield magic. That extraordinary ability is passed down exclusively to the single successor destined to become emperor. Within the Oragos kingdom, the divine blessing manifests as the mysterious power of spirits. Unlike Rentius, however, this ability is not limited to only one successor. Instead, any member of the royal family who possesses sufficient talent may awaken that power. The legend surrounding the Dunamis kingdom, however, is entirely different. Unlike the other two nations, which are ruled by individuals possessing inherited abilities, only those who continue standing upon the battlefield until the very end, overcoming every enemy through both overwhelming physical strength and unwavering mental resolve, are acknowledged by the divine blessing. Each individual chosen by the power receives a unique purpose. Those sacred responsibilities are known throughout Dunamis simply as their duty. The scene then shifts back to the Imperial palace. Inside her room, Paresa Menzel slowly removes the ribbon tying back her hair before walking toward the window. She quietly gazes up at the night sky. Unable to fall asleep, she reflects upon everything that has happened. She quietly thinks that this must be what it truly feels like to carry out her duty. She recalls how, after becoming one of the chosen, she spends an incredibly long time unable to understand the true meaning behind the responsibility entrusted to her. As she gently looks down at the ribbon resting in her hand, she realizes that she finally understands the road she must walk. She decides that, from this point onward, she will devote all of her energy toward protecting Her Majesty. Everything else can be resolved one step at a time. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the capital, Nissiana heiress quietly stands inside her private chamber. Holding a letter over a burning candle, she calmly watches as the paper catches fire. As the flames slowly consume the document, another person enters the room. It is Baron Cowell. He respectfully bows before her. Nissiana calmly greets him, remarking that it has been quite some time. Baron Cowell politely replies that he hopes she has been well and sincerely thanks her for still remembering someone like him. Nissiana casually asks whether his business continues flourishing. The Baron confidently replies that everything is functioning exactly as she wishes. As Nissiana brushes the ashes of the burned letter into a small container, she tells him that she has very high expectations for him. She then hands another document directly to Baron Cowell. A sinister smile slowly spreads across her face. Looking directly at him, she quietly remarks that it will be interesting to see just how long this particular personal attendant manages to survive this time. The following morning finally arrives. Inside the Imperial palace, birds sing cheerfully beneath the bright morning sky. Paresa wakes early and carefully ties her hair back with her ribbon before preparing herself for another day of work. Stretching her arms with renewed determination, she happily remarks that she feels much more refreshed than usual. Smiling to herself, she quietly says that it is finally time to return to work. The moment she opens the door to her room, however, she notices Marie standing outside. Brightly, Paresa calls out Marie's name. Marie briefly looks toward her. However, without saying even a single word, she deliberately turns her head away before continuing down the hallway as though Paresa does not even exist. Paresa stands frozen in confusion. Unable to understand what has just happened, she calls after Marie once more. Without stopping, Marie quietly begins speaking to another maid nearby. She complains that she never truly received any proper rest after the banquet. Although everyone receives additional pay, she remarks that all she really wanted was a peaceful holiday. Listening from behind, Paresa can only stand there awkwardly, completely bewildered. She wonders why Marie is suddenly ignoring her. She even begins questioning whether Marie somehow failed to hear her. Still unable to understand the situation, Paresa remains standing in silence. A short while later, two more attendants emerge from their rooms. Recognizing them, Paresa happily greets Bonnie and Faye. Faye instinctively begins responding to her greeting. Before she can finish speaking, however, Bonnie suddenly nudges her with her shoulder. Bonnie quietly urges Faye to hurry, reminding her that they must prepare everything before the morning guests arrive. She further warns Faye not to drag her into unnecessary trouble. Without another glance toward Paresa, the two attendants continue walking away. Paresa watches them leave, completely shocked. Her expression slowly becomes filled with confusion and disappointment. As Bonnie and Faye disappear down the hallway, Bonnie quietly remarks that Paresa's confused expression had looked incredibly foolish. She coldly comments that Paresa has brought all of this upon herself without even realizing it. Faye quietly calls Bonnie's name, sounding slightly uncomfortable with the remark. Meanwhile, Paresa remains standing alone in the corridor. At that moment, she finally remembers the Empress warning her that standing beside Her Majesty would eventually cause the same treatment to be directed toward her as well. Elsewhere, Marie silently thinks to herself that the situation is unfortunate. Even so, she believes it cannot be helped. In her mind, she concludes that Paresa is simply the one who has chosen to stand on the wrong side. Meanwhile, Paresa merely sighs to herself. Rather than feeling heartbroken, she quietly thinks that all of them are acting like complete idiots. After all, she knows perfectly well that something as childish as being ignored is never going to upset her. Before the discussion continues, the story briefly shifts to a memory from the past. Two young healers are standing together near a quiet creek, looking down sadly at a small bird lying motionless on the ground. One of them quietly remarks that the bird has died after all. The other remembers how the cat had carried the poor bird away in its mouth before they managed to rescue it. The first girl lowers her head in disappointment and says, "I thought it would live because I healed it, but it refused to eat or drink, and it died." Tears begin streaming down her face as guilt overwhelms her. The second girl immediately reaches out, gently placing a comforting hand on her shoulder with warmth in her eyes. She softly reassures her, "You did your best. I'm sure this bird was happy until the very end. Don't cry, Rivia." The touching memory emphasizes the compassionate nature that once existed between the two girls. The story then returns to the present inside the Imperial Palace. After hearing everything about Nissiana heiress, Paresa Menzel carefully places a cup of tea onto the table before the Empress. She quietly remarks that Nissiana truly appears to be the very image of the perfect noble lady. The Empress immediately shakes her head. She explains that outward appearances are deceiving. According to her, nobody is capable of seeing Nissiana's true personality from the outside. Behind that flawless image is someone who constantly torments her. The Empress bitterly states that nearly every influential noble imaginable supports Nissiana, yet beneath their elegant appearances, they are all rotten at heart. Listening carefully, Paresa recalls everything she has heard so far and asks whether Nissiana has been working to destroy her reputation ever since that disastrous tea party. The Empress quietly confirms it. She explains that there is a reason she has already gone through 22 personal attendants. Every single one of them secretly worked for Nissiana heiress, and every day they found new ways to undermine her authority until she could no longer endure their schemes. Hearing this, Paresa finally understands why everyone around the palace seems so cautious. For a brief moment, the Empress silently looks at Paresa while she continues standing there with the serving tray in her hands. Her thoughts drift back to the very first day they met. She remembers the young attendant introducing herself with a respectful bow. "Paresa Menzel, at your service, Your Majesty." The Empress had coldly instructed her to raise her head while secretly thinking that she was probably another spy sent by Nissiana. After countless replacements, she had become completely exhausted from trusting new attendants. However, the very moment Paresa raised her head and their eyes met, something unexpectedly felt different. The flashback ends. Returning to the present, the Empress suddenly asks in a quiet voice, "Paresa, you are on my side, right?" Without even a moment of hesitation, Paresa answers, "Of course, Your Majesty." The Empress gently lowers her eyes. She explains that several attendants had once stood by her side in the beginning as well. However, every one of them eventually abandoned her after they could no longer endure Nissiana's relentless interference. She softly admits that she hopes Paresa will not leave her the same way. As the Empress reaches forward and tightly holds Paresa's hand, Paresa feels a strange sensation once again. Ever since discovering her true duty, the mysterious power sleeping within her has continued guiding her heart. Even without carrying a sword in her hand, the ability constantly tells her that she can still fulfill the responsibilities she has been given. She realizes that her true purpose is to serve the Empress as her sword. While firmly holding the Empress's hand, Paresa silently worries that she still is not fully accustomed to these strange feelings. She even hopes that these overwhelming emotions are not somehow being transferred to the Empress through their touch. The Empress, noticing her silence, looks slightly confused. After clearing her throat, Paresa finally speaks. She calmly suggests that the very first thing they should do is arrange a meeting with the Crown Prince. The reaction is immediate. The Empress's face twists with disgust. What? Why him? Ignoring her reluctance, Paresa enthusiastically suggests that they should head there immediately, since she is already holding the Empress's hand. The Empress can only stare at her in complete disbelief. A short while later, both of them arrive at the Crown Prince's residence. As soon as he sees his mother, he politely asks whether she is feeling better. The Empress replies that she is fine now and has recovered enough to walk around again. The Crown Prince approaches her with a gentle smile, before mentioning that this is the first time she has ever personally visited him. He admits that he is genuinely delighted by her visit, before taking a seat and inviting them to explain the reason for coming. The Empress prepares to speak. However, before she can say anything, Paresa respectfully steps forward. She asks whether they could discuss the matter privately before anything else. The Crown Prince immediately agrees. Without any hesitation, he orders every servant and attendant in the room to leave. Once the room becomes completely empty except for the three of them, the Crown Prince immediately turns his attention toward Paresa. He calmly says that there are many things he wishes to discuss with her. His expression suddenly becomes serious. He asks why she broke the promise she made with him. The unexpected question leaves Paresa completely stunned. Even the Empress turns toward her with visible confusion. The Crown Prince continues by asking whether his mother already knows everything. Trying to remain calm, Paresa explains that she had intended to discuss the matter after yesterday's banquet had ended. She then reminds him that she has already sworn her knight's loyalty to the Empress. The Crown Prince looks puzzled. Inside her mind, Paresa hopes that explanation will be enough. She knows the time has still not come to reveal that she is truly one of the Bologna knights. The Crown Prince quietly asks, "A knight's loyalty for what?" Realizing that he already understands far more than she expected, Paresa takes a deep breath before answering. She declares that her loyalty exists to defend Her Majesty from anyone who threatens her safety or her well-being, even if that person happens to be him. The bold declaration shocks the Empress. The Crown Prince simply watches her in silence. After thinking for several moments, he finally replies with a calm voice, "I see." Without backing down, Paresa asks him one final question. "Whose side are you on, Your Highness? Is it Her Majesty or Duchess Nissiana Aries?" The room immediately falls into complete silence. The Crown Prince lowers his eyes, carefully thinking over her question. Then, he quietly chuckles. Before Paresa Menzel can answer, the room falls into complete silence. The Crown Prince suddenly begins chuckling to himself. The Empress, however, does not find the situation amusing in the slightest. Sitting there with an irritated expression, she silently thinks that perhaps her son has finally lost his mind after witnessing just how unbelievably rude her personal attendant can be. After managing to stop laughing, the Crown Prince apologizes before admitting that he honestly is not certain whose side he stands on. He reminds the Empress that he has already explained his position to her countless times before. The Empress becomes visibly frustrated. She remarks that, whenever it comes to Nissiana Aris, the Crown Prince always hides behind mysterious smiles and vague explanations without ever giving her a straightforward answer. The Crown Prince smiles calmly before explaining that the situation simply cannot be helped. He quietly says that he is merely the Crown Prince. The Empress immediately questions that excuse. She asks him what he would do if he were not the Crown Prince. Understanding exactly what she means, he smiles again before replying that she is referring to following His Majesty's commands. He calmly confirms that she is correct. The answer only disappoints the Empress even further. Without saying another word, she suddenly rises from her chair. Paresa quickly calls out in concern, "Your Majesty?" Ignoring her, the Empress announces that she wishes to leave. Before she can walk away completely, however, the Crown Prince politely asks whether he may borrow her personal attendant for a short while. He promises that he will send Paresa back immediately after their conversation is finished. Completely confused, Paresa glances toward the Empress. The Empress, clearly no longer interested in staying, coldly replies, "Do as you wish." Without another glance backward, she turns around and leaves the room. The heavy doors slowly close behind her. Now left alone with the Crown Prince, Paresa stands awkwardly in complete silence, wondering what kind of conversation awaits her. The Crown Prince notices her stiff posture and gently gestures toward the nearby sofa. Why don't we sit down for the rest of the conversation? The suggestion immediately startles Paresa. She nervously asks how someone of her position could possibly sit at the same eye level as the Crown Prince himself. He casually reassures her that it is perfectly acceptable. Then, with a faint smile, he teasingly asks whether she instead prefers looking down on people while speaking to them. The unexpected remark completely terrifies Paresa. Without wasting another second, she hurriedly sits down. Embarrassed, she blurts out, "I'm seated. I'm seated. Please don't say things like that." The Crown Prince cannot help smiling at her reaction. He remarks that the small talk has gone on long enough and suggests getting straight to the main subject. While lifting his teacup, he calmly mentions that she previously spoke about a knight's loyalty. However, he says he believes there is much more to the story. He then asks the question directly, did the duty of the Bellona Knight activate? The question catches Paresa completely off guard. She lets out an awkward laugh before scratching her cheek. "So, you knew." The Crown Prince casually replies that there was no possible way he could have missed it when her ability had literally overflowed during the incident. He explains that, thankfully, nobody else noticed anything. He personally concealed the released energy beneath his own aura before anyone else could detect it. Although doing so slightly disrupted his own aura, it successfully prevented anyone from discovering her secret. Feeling both relieved and embarrassed, Paresa awkwardly thanks him. The Crown Prince takes another sip of tea before smiling. He jokingly points out that she now owes him a favor. He further adds that he doubts she would want the situation becoming even worse by allowing His Majesty to discover the truth as well. Hearing that, Paresa hurriedly shakes her head. Of course she does not want that. However, another question immediately comes to her mind. She wonders how he managed to determine that her duty had awakened when she herself does not feel any different. The Crown Prince gently places the teacup back onto the table. He calmly admits that he simply guessed. Seeing her confused expression, he explains that his assumption was not entirely baseless. He says he carefully considered the unique nature of Dunamis' abilities. The chosen people of Dunamis generally dedicate their powers to serving their homeland. However, Paresa abandoned her country despite being chosen as a Bellona Knight. For this reason, he concludes that perhaps her duty itself must be something unique. Listening carefully, Paresa cannot help smiling faintly. She admits that he is much more honest than she originally expected. The Crown Prince nods without hesitation. He explains that honesty is the foundation upon which trust should be built. He reminds her that he has been saying that from the very beginning. However, he also clarifies that honesty does not necessarily mean both of them share the same opinions. Those words immediately make Paresa serious again. A horrifying thought suddenly crosses her mind. She cautiously asks whether he is suggesting that His Majesty is hiding something. The Crown Prince quietly meets her gaze. He calmly reveals that His Majesty has always known about the conflict between the Empress and Nissiana. The revelation completely shocks Paresa. He continues explaining that His Majesty is also undoubtedly aware of everything his mother has suffered. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Empress's carriage slowly makes its way back toward her palace. Inside the carriage, she sits quietly while clenching her fists. She angrily whispers to herself that if everyone already knew the truth, then why did nobody ever truly help her? Back inside the Crown Prince's residence, he explains to Paresa that the reason his mother became upset earlier was precisely because he admitted that he agrees with His Majesty's way of handling the matter. He says he understands the Empress's perspective. However, he believes that when conflict arises, the most important responsibility is to mediate instead of choosing one side. He then asks Paresa an unexpected question. Why does she think Nissiana spent 2 entire years traveling outside the capital? Before he can continue explaining, Paresa immediately interrupts. Clearly irritated, she argues that none of those explanations sound any different from someone simply rationalizing their own negligence by calling it duty. The Crown Prince calmly points out that her remark is rather problematic. However, Paresa refuses to back down. She firmly declares that she never swore allegiance to the Imperial family as a whole. Her duty belongs solely to the Empress. She reminds him that Her Majesty has suffered continuously for the past 10 years. Even during the last 2 years, while Nissiana was absent from the capital, her influence continued stripping away the Empress's authority. Nobles openly insulted Her Majesty without fear. According to the Empress, she repeatedly raised the issue before His Majesty. Each time, however, His Majesty merely tried to comfort her by insisting that Nissiana surely had no malicious intentions, promising that he would speak with her, and asking the Empress not to become resentful. Looking directly into the Crown Prince's eyes, Paresa quietly says that she completely understands why Her Majesty feels disappointed in both him and the Emperor. She firmly declares that regardless of the reasons, what both father and son have committed is negligence. The Crown Prince silently watches her. Inside his mind, he cannot help thinking that she is unbelievably honest. After a brief pause, he calmly responds that reality is much more complicated than she currently believes. He explains that justice alone cannot govern the empire. He further reveals that he has personally ensured that none of the nobles ever cross certain lines that should never be crossed. For this reason, he asks whether it would not be reasonable to assume that he understands the overall situation far better than she does. Without arguing against that point, Paresa calmly admits that she obviously cannot know as much as he does. However, she immediately asks another question. If that is truly the case, then surely the Empress deserves to know about every effort both he and His Majesty have supposedly been making. The Crown Prince says nothing. Taking advantage of his silence, Paresa continues speaking. She firmly says that she understands far more than people assume. More importantly, she has absolutely no intention of ignoring Her Majesty's suffering any longer. She explains that she has heard countless people praise His Majesty for always choosing mediation. However, she believes it is equally unacceptable to ignore the pain and loneliness of someone who has been silently suffering for years. Those sincere words cause the Crown Prince to quietly stare into her determined eyes. For some reason, he finds it impossible to look away. Paresa repeats her earlier question once again. Your Highness, whose side will you support? Her Majesty or Duchess Nissiana heiress? The Crown Prince remains silent. Inside his heart, he realizes that whenever he looks into Paresa's honest eyes, he instinctively wants to answer truthfully. After thinking for a long moment, he finally speaks. Fine, then let's try this. He reminds her that he previously said honesty is the foundation of trust. However, trust also requires loyalty. Slowly rising from his chair, he walks toward Paresa until he is standing directly before her. Looking down at her with a calm expression, he presents two conditions. First, she must repay the favor she owes him for hiding her secret. Inside her mind, Paresa immediately grumbles that he is unbelievably petty. Ignoring her expression, the Crown Prince calmly reveals his second condition. From now on, she is not allowed to avoid him whenever he wishes to meet her. 3 days later, inside the Imperial Palace, the calm morning atmosphere gets interrupted as a servant announces while bowing deeply, stating it is an honor to see Her Majesty. The Empress responds with a soft smile, remarking that it is unexpected to see Countess Bush arriving alongside the Crown Prince, and inquires whether she has been resting well, adding that she is grateful for such a meeting. Meanwhile, the scene shifts earlier that same morning, birds chirping outside the palace windows while sunlight filters through the curtains. Paresa Menzel informs the Empress that Countess Boucher will be visiting today and urges her to prepare immediately. The Empress jolts upright from bed and raises her voice, insisting that Paresa should lower her tone. Yet Paresa calmly responds that nothing will improve if she continues avoiding responsibilities. She explains that although Nissiana heiress holds great influence, she is not the only noble who matters, and for this reason the Empress must build her own circle of supporters. Leaning closer, Paresa emphasizes that someone like Countess Boucher, who willingly approaches her, is an opportunity she cannot ignore. Hearing this, the Empress pauses in confusion before quietly admitting that she does not wish to push such people away either, and that there are individuals she also wants to grow closer to. Return to present, Countess Bush arrives. Countess Bush presents a flower basket she personally arranged, stating it is a small gift for Her Majesty. The Empress's expression softens as she admires it, saying it is beautiful with visible sparkle in her eyes. Bush then invites her inside, suggesting they should not waste time and enjoy tea together. Paresa steps forward and takes the basket, while Bush cheerfully insists they proceed. Tea conversation in the palace. During tea, Countess Bush expresses deep gratitude, saying that meeting the Empress made her understand what it means to fall in love at first sight, adding that she has never felt this way even toward her own husband. The Empress responds lightly with a laugh, stating she had no idea, and joking that if it is acceptable, she should visit more often. Bush replies with flustered admiration, while Paresa suddenly senses approaching footsteps, recognizing the presence of the Crown Prince. At that moment, she alerts everyone that they should relocate, just as the Crown Prince enters the room, remarking that she might be the only maid bold enough to instruct him directly. The Empress turns in surprise, while Bush agrees they should move. Painting room transition. They are guided into another room beautifully arranged, with canvases, brushes, and elegant seating. Countess Bush, explains that she sought advice from His Highness, who mentioned the Empress enjoys painting, and therefore prepared this activity for them to enjoy together. The Empress appears genuinely touched, while Bush expresses happiness at her reaction. Paresa respectfully asks them to sit, while a maid confirms whether the Crown Prince will also participate. He answers affirmatively, stating that since it is a friendship activity, he cannot miss it, and warns them not to be surprised by his painting. Paresa glances over, already suspicious of what will unfold. Evening end of gathering. As the sun begins to set, the event concludes. The Empress thanks Countess Bush for visiting, and Bush replies that she is honored to be invited. Before leaving, she presents a final gift box containing flower tea. The Empress smiles warmly, saying she hopes it suits her taste, since it is her favorite. Boucher reacts happily and departs, promising to visit again. After the departure, in the palace hall, Paresa sits on the floor, covering her mouth while trying not to laugh. The Crown Prince notices and remarks that she is crossing the line. However, Paresa finally bursts into laughter after seeing the paintings. She struggles to stop laughing, admitting she is surprised by His Highness's artistic skills, though internally comparing the Empress's realistic painting and Boucher's refined one. The Crown Prince looks slightly embarrassed at his own artwork. At that moment, the Empress enters and immediately asks what is going on. Noticing Paresa on the floor and questioning her posture, Paresa quickly explains that they were simply impressed by the Crown Prince's painting ability. The Empress, slightly suspicious, notes that Countess Boucher has already left and asks what happened after she exited previously, implying hidden discussions. Strategy and alliance discussion. Paresa calmly explains that Countess Bush is a trustworthy individual who supports the Empress and has not been influenced by high society due to her early marriage. The Empress acknowledges this is beneficial, yet questions whether the Crown Prince is truly on her side despite acting otherwise. The Crown Prince responds that he now has a very devoted personal attendant. Indirectly referring to Paresa, Paresa looks toward him as tension builds. The Crown Prince then admits that recent conversations made him reconsider several matters, and apologizes for previously neglecting the situation. The Empress casually forgives him, while Paresa confirms that events have now begun moving forward, especially with Countess Boucher's alliance shifting public influence. She explains that noble factions tied to Nissiana heiress will begin reacting, and although her clique is strong, its rigid hierarchy makes it difficult for newly elevated or lower status nobles to integrate easily. The Empress worries that supporters may suffer consequences, but Paresa reassures her that not everyone will be as resilient as she is. The Crown Prince adds that Paresa's concern for people is exactly why she acts as the Empress's sword, and assures protection will be provided where possible. Finally, he mentions that His Majesty's birthday is approaching, hinting that another political gathering or event is about to begin. The story then shifts to a quiet night, where a noble woman walks alone through the darkness, carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands. As she walks, memories from her childhood begin resurfacing. A little girl named Rivia appears in her thoughts, revealing that the noblewoman is none other than Nissiana heiress herself. She eventually arrives before a lonely grave, gently placing the bouquet upon it before softly saying that she has finally come to visit and that it has been a long while since their last meeting. The story then explains that the Emperor's birthday is celebrated as a national festival throughout the Empire. However, in Rentius, where the Emperor is worshipped almost like a divine being, the occasion carries even greater importance. Every noble family throughout the Empire is required to attend the grand celebration, making it the single largest social gathering of the year. For this reason, even someone as influential as Nissiana heiress cannot interfere with the official position of the Empress during His Majesty's birthday banquet. Regardless of whether the nobles respect or despise the Empress, everyone must acknowledge her presence publicly. Therefore, the banquet presents the perfect opportunity for Her Majesty to restore her standing within high society. The Crown Prince explains that since no noble will dare openly disrespect the Empress during such an important imperial celebration, they should use this opportunity to their advantage. The Empress listens in surprise, before asking exactly what she is supposed to do. The Crown Prince calmly replies that she simply needs to act as she wishes, provided everything she does remains suitable for an Empress. He further explains that the nobles from the countryside will certainly devote themselves to supporting her if she successfully demonstrates the dignity and majesty expected of the Empire's Empress. Although the Empress still looks uncertain and wonders whether she will truly be able to perform well, the Crown Prince reassures her. He tells her there is absolutely no reason to feel intimidated or afraid, adding that he has already thought of something that will greatly assist her. He simply asks her to trust him. A short while later, Paresa Menzel and the Empress return to the Imperial Palace. As soon as they enter the Empress's chambers, Her Majesty lets out a deep sigh of relief before wondering aloud whether the Crown Prince truly has a plan. Paresa confidently answers that he does not seem like the type of person who tells lies. Therefore, she believes he genuinely has something prepared. She admits that he is an exceptionally clever man, making it difficult to doubt his words. Even so, the Empress remains suspicious and wonders why he has suddenly decided to help her after ignoring the matter for so many years. She then remembers that Paresa spent a long time talking privately with the Crown Prince and curiously asks what they discussed. Paresa immediately falls silent. She remembers the Crown Prince telling her that she would no longer be allowed to refuse whenever he wished to meet her. Unsure of how much she should reveal, Paresa carefully explains that the Crown Prince merely stated he wanted to understand her better. The Empress immediately becomes irritated, complaining that he seems to have forgotten Paresa is her personal attendant. She remarks that agreeing to such an arrangement without consulting her first is rather inconsiderate. Paresa quickly reassures her by explaining that His Highness also promised never to force her into doing anything against her own wishes. She quietly adds that he is most likely trying to keep an eye on her, rather than control her. After hearing that explanation, the Empress finally calms down. She admits that she still cannot understand what the Crown Prince is thinking, yet she decides not to dwell on it for the moment. Paresa secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the Crown Prince's office, one of his servants notices him deep in thought before asking what has been occupying his mind recently. The Crown Prince asks what exactly he means. The servant respectfully explains that His Highness has never involved himself in the long-standing conflict between the Empress and Nissiana heiress before. Therefore, he wonders why the Crown Prince has suddenly decided to intervene. He further reminds him that no noble would dare threaten the chosen imperial successor. His Majesty's own wish has always been that he should not actively interfere in the relationship between the two women. For this reason, the servant cannot understand why the Crown Prince has suddenly changed his approach. After remaining silent for a moment, the Crown Prince simply replies that he cannot help it. He explains that Paresa accused both him and the Emperor of neglecting the Empress, and for some reason he finds himself completely unable to dismiss those words. As he quietly reflects upon Paresa, he remembers her clear, unwavering eyes. Blushing slightly, he thinks that her eyes are as transparent as water itself. Anyone who has never looked directly into those eyes could never understand the overwhelming feeling they create. Looking into them feels like unknowingly stepping into an endless ocean whose depth cannot even be measured, leaving a person completely speechless. Watching his expression, the servant silently begins suspecting that perhaps His Highness has already fallen for Paresa. The Crown Prince quickly changes the subject before instructing him that the upcoming Emperor's birthday banquet will play an extremely important role. He explains that they have spent a great deal of effort preparing for this opportunity, making it essential for everything to proceed without incident. He orders the servant to carefully watch everyone throughout the banquet and immediately report anyone who attempts to make suspicious moves. The servant confidently promises that he will remain vigilant and assures the Crown Prince that no mistakes will occur. The Crown Prince nods before stating that he personally intends to remain present throughout the entire celebration. Later that night, Paresa finally returns to her own room. However, the moment she opens the door, she freezes in surprise. Her entire room has been turned upside down. Furniture has been shifted, drawers have been opened, clothing has been scattered everywhere, and nearly every personal belonging has been disturbed. Paresa quietly looks around the complete mess before thinking that she never expected someone to actually break into her room. She notices that nothing appears to have been stolen. Instead, it seems as though someone deliberately searched every corner simply to send her a message. As she slowly begins putting everything back into place, she reflects that perhaps she is the only person who feels relatively unaffected by this kind of harassment. Most ordinary girls would probably find such treatment unbearable after already being isolated from every social relationship around them. Even so, she soon pauses. After thinking more carefully, she realizes that her own emotional resilience does not change the fact that this entire incident is a deliberate provocation. For this reason, she cannot simply ignore what has happened. At that moment, someone quietly calls her name from outside. Paresa. She turns around and sees Marie Duncan standing at the doorway. Looking toward her, Paresa bluntly asks what she wants, remarking that she thought Marie had already chosen to stand alongside the bullies. Marie calmly replies that she did not come to argue. She explains that she only intends to say this one time, According to Marie, if Paresa simply admits everything was a misunderstanding and apologizes, then the Countess will most likely forgive her. Before Marie can continue, Paresa suddenly steps forward and gently places both hands on Marie's shoulders. She quietly apologizes but firmly tells Marie that she has never made any mistake. Marie becomes frustrated. She insists that she is not trying to start an argument. Instead, she desperately asks whether Paresa truly believes anyone will be able to protect her if things become even worse. Paresa calmly responds that Marie should carefully think about her own words. She reminds her that they are both Imperial attendants, and that perhaps the real mistake is being made by the people trying to intimidate her. Marie immediately knocks Paresa's hands away before angrily shouting that she was foolish for trying to help. She declares that she no longer cares what happens and tells Paresa she is completely on her own now. Before walking away, Marie warns that by the time Paresa realizes her mistake, it will already be too late. Just before Marie leaves, Paresa quietly stops her. She tells Marie that even if it takes a very long time, people who continue walking down the wrong path eventually reach a dead end. She sincerely hopes that when Marie finally decides to leave those people behind, she will come back. Marie pauses briefly without turning around. However, she says nothing. She simply continues walking away down the corridor. After watching her disappear, Paresa quietly thinks to herself that there is only 1 month remaining until the Emperor's birthday banquet. Elsewhere inside the palace, both the Emperor and the Crown Prince are also preparing for the same upcoming event, fully aware that the banquet will determine the future balance of power within the Imperial Palace. The next day, the scene shifts back to the Imperial Palace, where the Empress warmly welcomes Countess Bush. With a gentle smile, she asks whether this is the noble lady she mentioned before. Countess Bush respectfully confirms that it is indeed the lady she spoke about and introduces her as Countess Hurtley. Upon hearing the introduction, Countess Hurtley gracefully bows before the Empress and politely expresses that it is an honor to finally meet Her Majesty in person. The Empress immediately puts her at ease with a warm smile, gently explaining that there is no need for her to feel nervous, since she simply wishes to enjoy tea with friends rather than hold a formal audience. Hearing such kind words makes Countess Hurtley even more flustered, and she shyly admits that she simply cannot help feeling nervous after seeing how breathtakingly beautiful Her Majesty is in real life. Standing nearby, Paresa Menzel quietly watches the interaction with a satisfied smile on her face. She realizes that Countess Bush proves to be even more helpful than she originally anticipated. Instead of merely supporting the Empress, she gradually introduces her own trusted noble friends from the countryside one after another, allowing Her Majesty to naturally expand her circle of influence without creating unnecessary attention. Not only that, but Countess Bush also demonstrates remarkable insight into every noble lady's personality, temperament, and preferences. She skillfully guides each conversation so that everyone feels comfortable around the Empress, making it much easier for genuine friendships to blossom. For this reason, the objective is no longer limited to simply increasing Her Majesty's political influence. At long last, the Empress is finally able to enjoy sincere conversations and companionship with other noble women, without constantly worrying about hidden schemes. As these pleasant experiences continue to accumulate day after day, they gradually restore the Empress's confidence. The fear and insecurity that once consumed her slowly begin to disappear, allowing her self-esteem to recover in perhaps the most ideal manner possible. Watching everything unfold before her, Paresa quietly thinks that she is truly relieved to see Her Majesty smiling again after falling into such despair following her encounter with Nissiana heiress. A short while later, the Crown Prince approaches Paresa and casually asks whether she has some free time later that day, since there is something important he wishes to discuss with her. Without suspecting anything unusual, Paresa politely replies that it should be fine. The scene then shifts elsewhere, where the Crown Prince is calmly working on a painting. Without looking away from the canvas, he quietly tells Paresa that once she finishes her duties inside the palace, she should come to meet him alone, since there is something he intends to tell only her. Hearing those words leaves Paresa visibly confused as she wonders what exactly he plans to discuss. The narration then reveals that only 21 days remain until His Majesty's birthday banquet. Meanwhile, somewhere else inside the palace, several maids quietly whisper among themselves. One remarks that Her Majesty has recently begun recruiting noble ladies from the countryside, calling it an unexpectedly bold decision. Another wonders whether Nissiana heiress has responded to this development yet. Before their gossip can continue any further, another maid suddenly walks over and sharply orders everyone to return to work immediately. Startled, the gossiping maids quickly fall silent before leaving. The narration then advances once again. 16 days remain until His Majesty's birthday banquet. The scene changes to the Crown Prince's residence, where he quietly writes a letter while waiting for a guest to arrive. Not long afterward, Nissiana heiress enters the room. She warmly greets her nephew, mentioning that she has heard he has been doing well, before asking why he specifically requested to meet her. The Crown Prince politely asks her not to misunderstand his intentions, explaining that although he has never taken anyone's side throughout the conflict, today he wishes to present her with an offer. Curious, Nissiana heiress asks what kind of offer he is referring to. Instead of answering immediately, the Crown Prince calmly gestures toward a nearby chair and politely asks her to take a seat first. Once she sits down, he says that he is certain she is already familiar with the legend of the Mirror of Eegis, the mysterious blue full moon that appears for a second time within the same month. Hearing those unexpected words causes Nissiana heiress to look at him with visible surprise. Time continues to pass. Only 3 days remain until His Majesty's birthday banquet. Back inside the Imperial Palace, preparations are proceeding at full speed. While helping Paresa prepare for the banquet, one of the maids asks the Empress whether a completely new dress should be prepared for her personal attendant. However, the Empress immediately refuses the suggestion, explaining that such an important imperial banquet requires her personal attendant to look exceptionally elegant as well. She warmly tells Paresa that she looks absolutely gorgeous. Nearby, Countess Hurtley smiles in agreement. Although Paresa politely accepts the compliment, she quietly sighs to herself, thinking that she truly hates attending banquets. At long last, the long-awaited day finally arrives. It is the day of His Majesty's birthday celebration. Inside the magnificent banquet hall, Paresa respectfully bows before the Emperor, sincerely congratulating him on his birthday while wishing endless blessings upon the Imperial family. The Emperor graciously accepts her greeting. Throughout the grand hall, countless noblemen and noblewomen gather together. As the Empress makes her entrance with perfect elegance, murmurs immediately spread throughout the crowd. Many nobles cannot hide their amazement, whispering that Her Majesty is unbelievably beautiful. Others admit that it is their very first time seeing her in person and that she is even more graceful than the rumors ever suggested. One noble quietly remarks that every single time they see Her Majesty, she appears even more elegant than before. However, not everyone has forgotten the unpleasant rumors that have circulated for years. Some nobles quietly question whether the stories describing the Empress as reckless, foolish, cruel, and a villainess who constantly mistreats her servants could actually be true. At that very moment, the Emperor gently extends his hand toward the Empress. She gracefully accepts it before walking beside him. Seeing such a loving interaction immediately causes many nobles to begin questioning those old rumors. Several whisper among themselves that if Her Majesty were truly such a terrible woman, there is no way the Emperor could have remained deeply in love with her for 10 long years. Their own eyes seemed to contradict everything they had previously heard. Soon afterward, the ceremony officially begins. An announcer steps forward and declares that, in celebration of His Majesty's birthday, the Empire will now proceed with the official appointment ceremony honoring the knights who have distinguished themselves through exceptional service. During this ceremony, the Emperor gently tells the Empress that he has personally assigned a brand new royal guard to protect her palace. He explains that the knight comes highly recommended by the Crown Prince, who personally oversees the Imperial Knights. Hearing the Crown Prince's name once again surprises the Empress, although she calmly acknowledges the decision. The Emperor softly reminds her that today is also a special day for her, since they celebrate it together as husband and wife. He asks her to accept this appointment as his personal birthday gift. Deeply touched, the Empress blushes as she sincerely thanks the Emperor, expressing how blessed she feels. Before everyone present, the Emperor gently kisses the Empress's hand, causing countless nobles to admire their affectionate relationship. Turning toward the newly appointed knight, the Emperor solemnly declares that his duty from this day onward is to protect the Empress's palace. He orders the knight to swear his loyalty before all those gathered, making every noble present a witness to the oath. The knight respectfully lowers his head before lifting his eyes toward the Empress. The instant he sees her extraordinary beauty and graceful presence, he cannot hide his admiration. He respectfully takes the Empress's hand and solemnly declares his wholehearted loyalty before gently kissing her hand. The entire banquet hall immediately erupts into loud applause. Standing among the attendants, Paresa quietly applauds as well. Watching the overwhelming reaction of every noble present, she silently thinks that she knew this would happen. After all, no one is capable of openly discrediting Her Majesty when faced with such overwhelming elegance and beauty. She remembers the very first time she herself met the Empress, recalling how completely speechless she became. At that moment, Paresa realizes once again that Her Majesty possesses a beauty that surpasses ordinary human comprehension, a beauty so overwhelming that it naturally commands respect. She also understands why Nissiana heiress worked so tirelessly to isolate the Empress from noble society. No matter how determined Nissiana heiress may be, even she cannot tarnish Her Majesty's presence on a day like this. The story briefly flashes back to earlier that morning. Before leaving for the banquet, the Emperor warmly tells the Empress that he will see her at the banquet hall. The Empress smiles before politely wishing him well. Shortly afterward, Paresa enters Her Majesty's chambers and gently reminds her that it is already time for them to leave. The Empress nervously calls Paresa's name. Seeing her hesitation, Paresa softly reminds her that they may arrive late even if they hurry. The Empress quietly asks whether she will truly be all right during the official greetings, admitting that she nearly fainted the last time she saw Nissiana heiress. However, Paresa confidently reassures her not to worry. At that exact moment, the scene shifts elsewhere. Nissiana heiress is shown elegantly descending the staircase. Standing beside her, the Crown Prince politely offers his arm before asking, "Shall we, Auntie? Let us go and see my mother." The story then shifts to nighttime, as a luxurious carriage quietly travels through the peaceful streets of the capital beneath the moonlit sky. Inside the carriage, Nissiana heiress peacefully takes a nap while sitting comfortably against the window. On the opposite side, the Crown Prince remains completely awake as he silently gazes outside. His attention is drawn toward the brilliant full moon hanging high in the night sky, and a thoughtful expression slowly appears on his face. Meanwhile, back inside the Imperial Palace, the Empress looks toward Paresa Menzel with visible confusion before asking what she means by saying that Nissiana heiress will not be attending the banquet. Before even asking for the reason, the Empress becomes slightly upset and points out that Paresa should have informed her beforehand, instead of allowing her to relax without knowing the truth. Realizing her mistake, Paresa immediately apologizes. However, she gently reassures the Empress by explaining that Nissiana heiress truly will not be attending the banquet. For that very reason, she encourages Her Majesty to simply enjoy the celebration without unnecessary worries. She further adds that they should not allow His Highness's efforts to go to waste after everything he has done in order to support her. The Empress quietly thanks Paresa, although she cannot help muttering that she finally understands what the Crown Prince had been hiding all along. Even so, she still finds him rather irritating for making important decisions entirely on his own, without informing her first. Hearing those words, Paresa smiles softly before asking the Empress not to be too hard on him this time. She gently reminds Her Majesty that, despite his unusual methods, the Crown Prince is genuinely trying his best to support her. The Empress then looks toward Paresa with a puzzled expression before suddenly asking why she is still standing there. Confused, Paresa politely replies, "Pardon?" The Empress immediately explains that Paresa also has to prepare herself for the dance and should not remain in her ordinary attendant's clothing. Without wasting another moment, she orders the palace maids to take Paresa away and make sure she is properly dressed for the celebration. The maids immediately respond, "Yes, Your Majesty." Before Paresa can even protest, they surround her, grab her by both arms, and quickly escort her away to prepare her appearance for the grand banquet. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the carriage traveling beneath the moonlit sky. Having awakened from her brief nap, Nissiana heiress gently smiles before mentioning that Rivia would surely be delighted to see both of them visiting together tonight. She asks the Crown Prince whether he agrees. The Crown Prince quietly nods before calmly replying, "Indeed." The narration then reveals the identity of Rivia Rentius. She is the former Empress of the Lantius Empire and the birth mother of the Crown Prince. During her lifetime, she shares an exceptionally close friendship with Nissiana heiress, as the two of them spend nearly their entire childhood growing up together. Sadly, Rivia passes away when the Crown Prince is only 6 years old. As the carriage continues moving forward, the Crown Prince quietly remembers the events that follow his mother's death. He recalls how Nissiana heiress completely loses her composure and becomes consumed by overwhelming grief. He remembers seeing her angrily shouting at the Emperor, demanding to know whether he already knew the truth all along. The Emperor repeatedly asks her to calm herself first, but Nissiana refuses to listen. She desperately cries out, questioning how he can remain calm after everything that happens to Rivia, while the young crown prince silently stands nearby, listening to the entire argument without fully understanding it. Although Nissiana heiress eventually regains her composure after some time, the crown prince always senses that something deep inside her never truly heals. Her greatest burden remains her complete refusal to accept Rivia's death. After some time, the carriage finally reaches Rivia's grave. Both Nissiana heiress and the crown prince quietly step out before approaching the grave together. The crown prince slowly raises his eyes toward the night sky once again. The second full moon of the month shines brilliantly above them. This mysterious celestial phenomenon is known as the Mirror of Eegis. Its appearance signifies the night when the divine power granted by Eegis, the sea god, reaches its absolute peak. The crown prince politely asks Nissiana heiress to step back. She silently nods before doing exactly as he requests. As the moonlight becomes even brighter, the crown prince slowly clenches his fist. A brilliant flash of light immediately bursts from his body. At the same time, his extraordinary ability activates. Magnificent glowing vines begin growing around him as overwhelming divine energy spreads throughout the area. The narration explains that during the appearance of the Mirror of Aegis, the power inherited from the sea god becomes amplified to an unimaginable degree. Watching everything unfold before her eyes, Nissiana heiress softly whispers, "Rivia." The crown prince's wish is remarkably simple. As the possessor of the most powerful ability ever recorded in the history of the Empire, he offers every ounce of his power in the hope of reviving Rivia Rentius. Moments later, he slowly drops to one knee while breathing heavily. His unique power, known as the power of abundance, governs life itself. Furthermore, as Rivia's biological son, there always exists the faint possibility that an impossible miracle might one day occur. For a brief moment, it almost appears as though Rivia has truly returned. She gently leans toward Nissiana heiress, creating the illusion that the impossible has become reality. However, the vision quickly fades away. The illusion quietly steps back before lowering her head and folding her arms in silence. The miracle never truly happens. Seeing this, the crown prince quietly sighs before remaining on one knee. Meanwhile, Nissiana heiress silently looks toward the beautiful moon overhead. A single tear falls onto the palm of her hand. The narration explains that this very night is also the birthday of the godlike emperor. Back inside the Imperial palace, the grand birthday celebration continues in magnificent fashion. The emperor and the empress stand side by side as dazzling lights illuminate the entire banquet hall. His divine ability shines brilliantly, enhancing the atmosphere of the celebration and making the palace appear even more magnificent. Standing beside him, the empress smiles warmly. For the very first time in 10 long years, she is finally able to enjoy the position that rightfully belongs to her, while proudly standing beside her husband before all the nobles of the empire. The countless lights decorating the palace become so brilliant that the entire night begins to resemble daytime itself. The narration quietly remarks that while everyone celebrates joyfully, they unknowingly forget that beyond midnight marks the anniversary of the day a woman leaves this world. However, there is someone who never forgets that painful day. Back at Rivia's grave, a royal servant suddenly comes running toward the crown prince before urgently calling out to him. The servant reports that Duchess Nissiana heiress leaves first. The crown prince, who already appears physically exhausted, quietly replies that he expected this outcome. Although she does not openly reveal her emotions, he believes she is completely devastated inside. The servant begins to say that she is still. However, the crown prince gently interrupts him before telling him that it is all right for now. He admits that he pushes his own ability far beyond its limit tonight and therefore no longer feels well. He simply wishes to return. As the exhaustion overwhelms him, another memory suddenly resurfaces inside his mind. 17 years earlier, the young crown prince, only 5 years old at the time, happily stands before his mother. Rivia warmly smiles before gently opening her arms. "Come here. I'd like to hug you." The young prince immediately nods. "All right, mother." She lovingly embraces him before carefully asking whether he feels ill or whether someone has hurt him. The young prince quickly reassures her that he is perfectly fine. She then asks whether he has been behaving well around His Majesty. The little prince proudly replies that he certainly has. After smiling warmly, Rivia gently asks one final question. "You won't cry simply because I'm not with you all the time, will you?" The young prince confidently replies that she asks him that question 2 years ago, but now he is already grown up and much more mature. Hearing such an adorable answer causes Rivia to laugh happily. She gently praises him before telling him that he does an excellent job. The memory slowly disappears. Returning to reality, the Crown Prince quietly sighs. Softly, he whispers, "Mother." The servant looks toward him with concern before calling out, "Your Highness?" The Crown Prince gently shakes his head before assuring him that it is nothing. He simply recalls the past for a brief moment. Now, he says, he needs to focus on what lies ahead. He quietly reflects that the conflict between his mother, the Empress, and Nissiana heiress will likely become even more obvious from this point onward. His mother essentially declares war. He cannot help wondering how long the two sides can continue enduring the growing conflict. The servant then asks whether His Highness intends to help them. After remaining silent for a moment, the Crown Prince calmly replies that he honestly does not know. In the end, he simply intends to do whatever he feels is right at that moment, regardless of whether his actions ultimately help the situation or not. As the carriage quietly begins its journey back toward the capital beneath the moonlit sky, the Crown Prince silently stares outside the window, lost in his own complicated thoughts, while the future of the Imperial family grows increasingly uncertain. The aftermath and the attack. The following day, the atmosphere across the capital is far more restless than before. Inside the Imperial Palace, Venus reports everything that happened after the successful birthday banquet. Looking toward the Crown Prince, she remarks that it was him who insisted on keeping the matter between themselves instead of making it public. The Crown Prince calmly admits that it was indeed his decision. Since it is ultimately a personal matter involving the Imperial family, he explains that there is no reason to make an official announcement or cause unnecessary attention. After saying that, he turns his attention toward Venus and asks how everything went the previous night. More specifically, he wonders whether Her Majesty genuinely enjoyed herself during the celebration. Beside them, Paresa Menzel sits quietly on the sofa before responding that everything went exceptionally well. According to her, the Empress truly enjoyed the banquet for the first time in many years, and that alone makes all of their efforts worthwhile. However, she immediately points out that resistance is already forming against them. Since early that morning, countless letters have arrived at the Empress's palace. Every single letter comes from noble ladies who recently grew close to Her Majesty during the birthday celebration. Rather than writing social greetings, each of them seeks the Empress's assistance regarding serious problems occurring within their territories. Some request aid after devastating fires, while others report robberies, financial difficulties, or disturbances affecting their domains. If the Empress chooses to answer those requests personally, it will inevitably require her to leave the capital. As the Empress continues reading letter after letter, her hands tremble with frustration before she suddenly slams both palms against the table. Rising from her chair, she angrily declares that she suspected something was wrong, considering how unusually quiet Nissiana heiress has been recently. She shouts that the Duchess never seems to grow tired of tormenting her. Instead of targeting only her personally, Nissiana has now begun involving innocent people as well. Even so, the Empress admits that one matter continues bothering her. Although the attacks themselves are expected, it feels strange that Nissiana remained silent for such a long period before suddenly making such a calculated move. For that reason, she cannot help wondering what hidden scheme the Duchess is preparing behind the scenes. At that moment, one of the palace maids quietly enters the room and cautiously explains that perhaps Nissiana's behavior has something to do with the previous day. Confused, Paresa asks what she means. The maid explains that the day after the Emperor's birthday is also the anniversary of the passing of the late Empress. Hearing that, Paresa becomes visibly surprised. The maid continues explaining that this is also the reason why the Imperial birthday celebrations never continue after His Majesty's birthday itself. The late Empress passed away exactly one day after the Emperor's birthday many years earlier. Because of that tragic coincidence, what was once a celebration lasting 3 days before and 3 days after the Emperor's birthday eventually changes into a festival celebrated only during the 6 days leading up to his birthday. The maid further reveals that Nissiana heiress was once extraordinarily close to the late Empress. Out of respect for her deceased friend, Nissiana refuses to participate in social activities during this particular period every year, although only a handful of people throughout the Empire actually know that fact. After hearing the explanation, Paresa silently pieces together everything she recently learned. As she watches Venus gently brushing the Crown Prince's hair nearby, she remembers the earlier conversation regarding the late Empress. Inside her heart, she quietly realizes that the late Empress was none other than the Crown Prince's biological mother. Although numerous suspicions immediately form inside her mind, Paresa deliberately restrains herself from reaching any conclusions without proper evidence. Breaking the silence, the Crown Prince asks Paresa what she intends to do next. She admits that she still has not formed a concrete plan. Her Majesty needs sufficient time to recover from her exhausting schedule, and there is another matter worrying her as well. The special dress she ordered in hopes of cheering the Empress up still has not arrived for some unknown reason. Therefore, she plans to personally visit Venus's boutique later that afternoon to investigate the delay. The Crown Prince slowly walks closer before smiling and remarking that she certainly seems extremely busy, exactly as a devoted personal attendant should be. Feeling slightly awkward, Paresa questions why he summoned her, despite already knowing how occupied she is. Without hesitation, the Crown Prince smiles warmly before replying that, as he already said before, he simply misses her. His affectionate expression leaves Paresa completely speechless. A short while later, a carriage travels through the bustling streets of the capital. Inside, Paresa quietly releases a long sigh of relief, while reflecting upon the Crown Prince's increasingly unusual behavior. She thinks that lately he has been calling for her far too often, asking her to visit him repeatedly while saying strange things about missing her or waiting for her arrival. None of it makes any sense to her, especially when every meeting simply revolves around discussing strategies concerning the Empress. Unable to understand his intentions, Paresa eventually reaches an absurd conclusion. Half seriously, she wonders whether the Crown Prince might simply be the type of man who enjoys charming every woman he encounters. Unfortunately for Paresa, who spends nearly half of her life living as a knight rather than an ordinary young lady, her understanding of romance is practically non-existent. At that exact moment, elsewhere inside the palace, the Crown Prince suddenly rubs one of his ears before casually remarking to his servant that his ears feel strangely itchy, almost as though someone somewhere is speaking badly about him. Not long afterward, Paresa's carriage finally stops. Stepping outside, she thanks the coachman for bringing her safely before telling him that he can return without waiting for her. After the carriage departs, Paresa unfolds a small piece of paper containing directions while trying to determine which road will lead her to Venus's boutique. Suddenly, she notices an unusually large crowd gathered outside one particular building. A terrible feeling immediately settles inside her chest. Realizing that the building ahead is Venus's boutique, Paresa hurries toward the crowd while repeatedly shouting for people to excuse her and allow her through. After finally forcing her way past the gathering, she freezes in shock. A woman is desperately supporting the unconscious Venus in her arms. Paresa immediately rushes forward, kneels beside her, and anxiously asks what happened. The employee tearfully explains that someone broke into the boutique during the middle of the previous night. Turning around, Paresa looks toward the shop itself. The entire boutique has been left in complete disarray. The woman continues, explaining that everything already looked like that when the employees arrived for work that morning. Strangely, nothing inside was actually stolen. Instead, every single dress displayed throughout the boutique was deliberately slashed and shredded beyond repair. Unable to endure the horrifying sight, Venus collapses from sheer shock. A surge of anger immediately overwhelms Paresa. She does not need to inspect the scene carefully to understand exactly what happened. This is nothing more than retaliation for Venus choosing to support the Empress. Keeping her emotions under control, Paresa instructs the employees to take Venus inside the boutique first, while requesting that someone disperse the gathering crowd outside. The employees immediately agree. Nearly 2 hours later, inside the now quiet boutique, Venus finally regains consciousness. Weakly smiling, she thanks Paresa for remaining beside her, before apologizing for being unable to complete the beautiful dress she promised for the Empress. Paresa gently reassures her that none of it is her fault, and confidently states that Her Majesty will undoubtedly understand the situation. She further admits that she already has a strong suspicion regarding who is responsible for the attack. Even so, she promises that they will certainly deal with the culprit eventually. Until then, she urges Venus to focus solely on recovering both mentally and physically, rather than worrying about the destroyed dresses. Grateful for the comforting words, Venus sincerely thanks Paresa once more. After leaving the devastated boutique, Paresa slowly walks through the streets while deep in thought. She wonders what she can possibly do next. Looking back through the broken windows, she can still see countless torn dresses scattered across the floor. Realizing how quickly their enemies retaliate against anyone supporting the Empress, she understands that the situation has become far more dangerous than expected. Since the special dress will no longer be completed, she desperately searches for another way to make the Empress smile. Suddenly, she spots a passing carriage. Immediately waving her hand, she calls for it to stop. Once it halts, Paresa politely requests that the driver take her directly back to the Imperial Palace as quickly as possible. However, the very moment she finishes speaking, the carriage door unexpectedly bursts open. Without warning, an unfamiliar man grabs Paresa's wrist with tremendous force. Completely caught off guard, she instinctively thinks that she has finally become a target herself, simply for supporting the Empress. The stranger attempts to drag her inside the carriage. Reacting instantly, Paresa seizes his other wrist before twisting his arm and striking him with enough force to throw him onto the ground. Seeing his companion fall, the carriage driver angrily draws his sword. People throughout the street immediately begin shouting in confusion. Bystanders gather while murmuring among themselves, wondering whether a fight has broken out in broad daylight. One nobleman immediately orders someone nearby to summon the city guards. As another person hurries away to carry out the order, Paresa quickly assesses the situation. She curses inwardly after realizing that far too many witnesses surround them. For that reason, using the sacred abilities granted by Dunamis is completely out of the question. Before she can react any further, a sharp flash suddenly cuts through the air. The enraged carriage driver swings his blade with full force. The blade slices across Paresa's arm. A deep wound instantly opens, and bright red blood begins dripping steadily onto the street, bringing the confrontation to a sudden and dangerous turning point. Fresh blood continues dripping steadily from Paresa Menzel's injured arm, staining the ground beneath her. The man who slashes her suddenly panics as he realizes what he has done. His expression immediately changes from aggression to fear, and he hastily drops his weapon onto the street. The blade clatters loudly against the stone pavement as he stumbles backward before collapsing onto the ground. Trembling, he desperately insists that he only intended to frighten her and never meant to seriously injure her. Meanwhile, the other thug, whom Paresa throws to the ground moments earlier, slowly struggles back onto his feet. Frustrated by his companion's hesitation, he angrily shouts at him, demanding that he stop wasting time and grab her immediately before she escapes. However, before either of them can react, Paresa swiftly delivers another powerful kick. The second attacker is sent crashing back onto the ground once again, crying out in pain as he rolls across the street. Watching the situation spiral completely out of control, the remaining man curses under his breath before deciding to flee. Before he can take more than a few steps, Paresa's cold voice echoes behind him. She orders him to answer her question first. At that very moment, she subtly begins activating the sacred power granted by Dunamis, allowing her intimidating aura to quietly spread around her without attracting unnecessary attention. In a calm yet terrifying voice, she demands to know who hired them and exactly what they were told about her. The criminal immediately freezes. Inside his mind, panic overwhelms him as he questions who this woman truly is. Despite bleeding from her arm, she displays absolutely no fear whatsoever. Unable to withstand the pressure, the terrified man hurriedly shouts that he will tell her everything. Yet in the very next moment, he attempts to deceive her. Instead of answering, he suddenly lunges forward once more and grabs her wrist, attempting to drag her away. His plan fails instantly. Paresa calmly reaches forward and places one hand firmly around his throat. Without the slightest sign of struggle, she effortlessly lifts the fully grown man into the air using only one hand. Looking directly into his terrified eyes, she coldly remarks that situations are bound to end badly whenever someone attacks recklessly without first understanding exactly who they are dealing with. Holding him suspended by the neck, she quietly adds that he chooses the wrong person to provoke. The Crown Prince's concern. Elsewhere, back inside the Imperial Palace, the scene shifts to the office of the Crown Prince. Looking toward Paresa, who has already returned to the palace, he calmly remarks that she came back much sooner than expected. It has not even been half a day. He then instructs one of his servants to ensure that the entire incident is officially recorded as an attempted kidnapping, rather than merely a case of first-degree assault. The servant immediately bows before replying that he understands the order. The Crown Prince then dismisses everyone present, explaining that he wishes to discuss something privately with Paresa. Although confused, Paresa quietly waits until every servant leaves the room. Once the doors close behind them, she respectfully asks what His Highness wishes to discuss. Without answering immediately, the Crown Prince suddenly strikes the table with his hand. After standing up, he slowly approaches her. His expression becomes noticeably more serious. He quietly points out that she deliberately kept all 3 kidnappers alive. Paresa looks at him in confusion before explaining that she was fighting in the middle of a crowded street. Under those circumstances, she cannot simply end someone's life in front of countless witnesses. Besides, in her opinion, none of the attackers posed a truly significant threat. The Crown Prince continues walking until he stands directly in front of her. Disagreeing with her assessment, he replies that they were indeed dangerous, not because they were strong, but because they managed to injure her. He gently touches the arm where she was wounded before firmly taking hold of both of her arms. Looking straight into her eyes, he quietly tells her that whenever she wishes, she only needs to say the word. If she desires, he can erase every trace of those men who dared to attack her. His words leave Paresa completely speechless. Growing visibly awkward, she politely reminds the Crown Prince that he should choose his words more carefully. She insists that someone in his position should never misuse Imperial authority over what she considers a relatively minor personal matter. Still holding her arm, the Crown Prince can only sigh in disbelief before murmuring that he truly cannot say anything properly whenever he is speaking with her. Paresa hesitates for a brief moment before remembering something important. Slowly rolling up the sleeve covering her injured arm, she reveals completely unblemished skin. The wound has already disappeared. Embarrassed, she explains that the sacred power of the sword grants her an accelerated healing ability. She merely concealed the recovery beforehand so that ordinary people would not become suspicious after witnessing such an unnatural phenomenon. She apologizes for worrying him unnecessarily. After examining her healed arm, the Crown Prince finally relaxes. Satisfied that she is unharmed, he quietly acknowledges what she says. Seeing that the matter has been settled, Paresa politely states that she should return to the Empress's palace, since Her Majesty is undoubtedly waiting for her. However, just as she prepares to leave, the Crown Prince suddenly remembers something. Smiling mischievously, he reminds her that she still owes him repayment. Paresa blinks in confusion before asking what exactly he means. The Crown Prince points out that he has helped her countless times already. Therefore, he believes this is the perfect opportunity for her to repay at least one of those favors. Unable to understand where the conversation is going, Paresa asks him directly what he wants. To her complete surprise, the Crown Prince admits that his request is actually very simple. He merely wants her to call him by his personal name, instead of addressing him solely by his royal title. Paresa stares at him in complete disbelief. She questions whether he is seriously asking her to address the Crown Prince by name. The scene then shifts outside the room. After finishing their conversation, Paresa steps into the hallway, where one of the Crown Prince's trusted attendants is already waiting. The knight respectfully greets her. Recognizing him immediately, Paresa politely replies, "Oh, Sir Claude Lauren." The instant those words leave her mouth, she suddenly remembers the embarrassing conversation that just took place inside. Her face immediately turns bright red. Avoiding eye contact altogether, she awkwardly excuses herself, hurriedly saying that she will see him later before practically running away down the corridor. Left standing alone, Claude Lauren watches her leave in complete confusion, wondering what possibly happened during her meeting with the Crown Prince. Shortly afterward, Claude enters the office. Requesting permission to enter, he is invited inside by the Crown Prince. After stepping into the room, Claude cautiously remarks that although he has no idea what the two of them discussed, he sincerely hopes His Highness will not vent his frustrations on him instead. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince sits slumped over his desk with his forehead resting against the tabletop. Without lifting his head, he quietly insists that he has not done anything at all. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he remarks that Claude is fortunate. After all, everyone addresses him by his personal name. His name is simple and easy for others to remember. Claude silently observes the unusual sight before him. For many different reasons, seeing the normally composed Crown Prince behaving like this is incredibly rare. The Crown Prince eventually raises his head before issuing another order. He instructs Claude to ensure that every Imperial attendant thoroughly memorizes the names of every member of the Imperial family from that day onward. Claude respectfully explains that such information is already included in the training given to palace attendants. However, attendants who originally come from noble families are not specifically taught those lessons, since such knowledge is generally considered common sense among the aristocracy. Someone like Paresa Menzal, who grew up in Dunamis rather than inside the Empire, naturally would never have learned those customs. For that reason, Claude guesses that this is probably why she failed to call His Highness by his personal name. The Crown Prince immediately replies that there is no need for unnecessary assumptions. After remaining silent for a while, he suddenly asks Claude something completely unexpected. Speaking not as a superior but as a friend, he wants Claude's honest opinion. Does Claude think Paresa might also have feelings for him? Claude pauses thoughtfully before replying that he first needs clarification. Does His Highness wish to hear the answer of a loyal servant, or that of a genuine friend? The Crown Prince immediately chooses the latter. Thinking carefully, Claude honestly admits that it seems rather unlikely. Considering the constant disagreements and confrontations between the two of them, theirs hardly appears to be the type of relationship that naturally encourages romance. He then asks whether the Crown Prince has done anything that might realistically cause Paresa to develop feelings for him. After reflecting for a moment, the Crown Prince replies that they danced together during the Imperial Banquet. Claude patiently waits. When no further examples come, he asks whether anything else happened afterward. The Crown Prince thinks carefully before admitting that, other than the dance, nothing particularly significant occurred. Looking genuinely puzzled, he remarks that this is rather strange. According to his previous experiences, nearly every woman who dances with him eventually develops romantic feelings. Apparently, Paresa is completely different. Claude can only conclude that His Highness still has an exceptionally long and difficult road ahead of him. Even so, he admits that perhaps there is still a small possibility. Elsewhere, far away from the palace, Paresa hurries through the streets of the capital while repeatedly trying to calm herself down. Her thoughts are in complete disarray. Unable to understand why her heart is reacting so strangely after the conversation, she desperately tells herself to regain her composure. No matter how many times she repeats those words in her mind, she still cannot fully understand what exactly is happening to her. The story then shifts to the very next morning inside the Imperial Palace, when the Crown Prince meets Nissiana heiress, who calmly reveals that she plans to host a grand banquet. The Crown Prince asks whether she is really planning to host another banquet. From his perspective, anyone in the Empire would be honored to receive an invitation from someone as influential as Duchess Nissiana heiress. For this reason, he remarks that it hardly seems like something she needs to discuss with him personally. Nissiana simply smiles before revealing that the banquet is actually being organized for him. The Crown Prince is visibly surprised and asks whether the event is truly meant for him. With a playful smile, Nissiana explains that she has heard he is searching for a suitable marriage partner. Therefore, she decides to help by arranging a spouse selection banquet. The story then explains that a spouse selection banquet is a prestigious event held for the successor of the nation or for nobles who have reached the appropriate age to find a marriage partner. Noble ladies and gentlemen from every corner of the empire attend in hopes of catching the attention of the royal family. For many ambitious nobles, receiving an invitation alone is considered a rare opportunity that could completely transform their family's future. Although the Crown Prince remains expressionless, he immediately realizes what Nissiana is trying to accomplish. He thinks that whether he wishes to participate or not is one issue, but something far more important catches his attention. The authority to host a spouse selection banquet belongs to the Empress. For this reason, Nissiana is once again quietly crossing a line she should never cross, slowly interfering with powers that rightfully belong to Her Majesty. Meanwhile, inside the Empress's palace, the atmosphere is completely different. The Empress is overwhelmed with frustration. She sits before the grand piano and begins playing with so much force that every note echoes throughout the palace halls. Rather than sounding elegant, the melody almost feels like she is venting every ounce of anger built up inside her. Standing quietly behind her, Paresa Menzel watches everything unfold with an exhausted expression. The moment the Empress finishes at the piano, she marches toward a large canvas and begins painting with equally aggressive brushstrokes. Watching the scene, Paresa silently concludes that Her Majesty's stress has reached an all-time high. She wonders what she can possibly do to cheer the Empress up. Just then, someone cautiously knocks on the door. A maid nervously peeks inside and quietly calls for Her Majesty. The Empress immediately turns around and angrily demands to know what she wants. Before the terrified maid can answer, Paresa gently tells the Empress to calm down and assures her that she will handle it herself. She walks over to the maid and quietly listens to her report. However, the moment she hears the message, Paresa herself looks stunned. She returns to the Empress and announces that a guest has arrived. Still irritated, the Empress dismissively tells her to send the visitor away. Paresa refuses and reminds Her Majesty that this is the very guest she mentioned earlier. Hearing that, the Empress becomes curious and finally agrees to meet her. A short while later, inside the reception room, a young woman patiently waits on one of the sofas. The doors open. The Empress enters gracefully, before politely asking whether she has been waiting long. The young guest immediately freezes. Rather than answering, she simply stares at the Empress in complete amazement, utterly captivated by her overwhelming beauty. The Empress recognizes her and remarks that she must be Nora, the talented pupil of Viscountess Venus. Nora immediately stands up, bows respectfully, and introduces herself before expressing what an incredible honor it is to meet the Empress. The Empress admits that she has been in an extremely poor mood lately. Although she understands that neither Viscountess Venus nor Nora is responsible for the ruined dress, many of her plans are still affected because of that unfortunate incident. Embarrassed, Nora sincerely apologizes. The Empress gently brushes the matter aside, saying that it already belongs in the past. She then remembers that Paresa specifically requested Nora's help and asks whether that is correct. With sparkling eyes full of determination, Nora enthusiastically confirms it and confidently promises that she will not disappoint Her Majesty. Sometime later, excitement fills the palace as Nora immediately gets to work. She carefully studies the damaged dresses before explaining that she can combine fabric from several gowns and redesign them according to the latest fashion trends. Once she finishes, she respectfully asks the Empress for her opinion. The Empress is genuinely astonished by the result. She praises Nora, saying she is a genius and that she expects nothing less from Viscountess Venus's own student. Nora happily thanks her. Standing nearby, Paresa is equally surprised. The Empress admits that the idea of creating an entirely new dress by redesigning old ones never even crossed her mind. Soon, the Empress and Nora become completely absorbed in discussing fabrics, pearls, embroidery, decorations, and countless fashion details. Meanwhile, Paresa simply stands there, completely unable to follow half of their conversation. Having spent most of her life training as a knight, fashion discussions feel almost like a foreign language to her. Even so, seeing the Empress smiling and enthusiastically talking once again makes Paresa feel relieved. She is simply happy that Her Majesty has regained her energy. The Empress suddenly calls Paresa's name and instructs her to escort Nora to one of the guest rooms, while making sure she receives everything she needs during her stay. Paresa respectfully accepts the order. Nora excitedly thanks the Empress once more and promises that she will work as hard as possible to live up to Her Majesty's expectations. As night falls over the Imperial Palace, Paresa walks alone through the quiet hallway toward the attendants' dormitory. She thinks that everything should remain peaceful for the time being, since she is inside the Empress's palace. However, she suddenly notices someone waiting ahead. It is Anna, who is holding an unusually large gift box. Paresa asks why she is there, pointing out that the junior attendant's dormitory is located in the opposite direction. Anna smiles and explains that she has been asked to personally deliver the package. Curious, Paresa accepts it and asks who sent something so large. Anna cheerfully replies that it is from His Highness. Paresa carefully opens the box. Inside lies a breathtakingly beautiful dress. She blinks in confusion, wondering why she suddenly receives such an extravagant gift. While examining the box, she notices a letter underneath the dress. She unfolds it and begins reading. The letter starts by saying that this is the first time the Crown Prince has ever written a letter to someone, since he can usually meet anyone he wishes to speak with in person. Even so, he plans to continue meeting her, although he simply happens to be busy today. He adds that receiving a letter every now and then is rather pleasant. Reading those opening lines, Paresa cannot help thinking that it would be even better if he stayed busy a little more often. She continues reading. The Crown Prince explains that the dress is a personal gift and reveals that a spouse selection banquet will soon be held. Then he expresses his hope that she will attend while wearing the dress he personally chose for her.